afternoon once again to our listeners on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, our viewers on the Parliament channel, and those of you joining us via the World Wide Web on the Parliament's website www.ttparliament.org. We're just a few seconds away from the resumption of the budget debate for fiscal 2016 in the Senate. The bill being debated, of course, is the Appropriation Financial Year 2016 Bill 2015, which was presented earlier today by the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Colm Imbert. The bill, of course, was passed in the House of Representatives after debate and the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee. This happened yesterday evening. And thus far, we've had contributions from the Minister, from Opposition Senator Wade Mark, and Independent Senator Ramkissoon, and Senator Daniel Duki. We take you over now to the chamber for the continuation.
Honorable President.
We now return to our coverage of the second sitting of the Senate in the first session of the 11th Parliament that takes place on Tuesday, October 20th, 2015.
Senator Ameen.
Madam President, as a young person, as a woman, as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, it is my honor and it is a privilege for a person with a humble background as myself to stand in this chamber, in these hallowed halls of Parliament, referred to as the seat of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago, to deliver my maiden address in this budget debate. Over the past few weeks, during the debate in the lower house on this bill, the people of this nation made their voices heard with regards to the expectation of the conduct of members in this upper house as well as the lower house of Parliament. The people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President, want power to be exercised with dignity and grace, not with vengeance and spite. I trust that we as leaders here will set example. I trust that in my time here, I will not violate that expectation. And I implore the same of my colleagues on both sides of the House, as well as on the independent bench. But as I say that, Madam President, I want to bring your attention to our standing orders, rules of the debate, which speaks to time and manner of speaking. And Section 5 indicates that it shall not be proper for a member to leave the Senate immediately after speaking. And I raise this, Madam President, because on reflection, after the presentation of the Honourable Minister this morning, he left immediately after. And, Madam President, when a person comes to this House, they ought to follow the rules and the guidelines. And if nothing else, I found it was very rude and distasteful for him to speak and get up and leave.
Senator Ameen, if I may, with respect to the enforcement of the standing orders, I trust that you will leave that to the presiding officer. All right? So,
President,
and let's not make any statements at this stage about the actions of other members.
Thank you. I simply wanted to bring it to your attention. As we begin this first day, it's very important for us to ensure that we start on a good foot, and I wanted to bring it to your attention. Madam President, I also want to congratulate you on your selection, your election. And I look forward to, I want to wish you the best in the chair. And I know that Trinidad and Tobago is looking. Madam President, in the lead up to the general election, the People's National Movement had been very vocal in their disapproval of the way the economy was being managed by the People's Partnership government. They agreed, they gave their commitment to do things differently. And the population was so anxious to see what would come in the first budget. If this budget was meant to kickstart the confidence in this new government, I can tell you that they have instead created fear, doubt, and regret in the minds of citizens. This budget brought property tax, increase in VAT, increase in prices of goods and services. The insistence, Madam President, of a multi-million-dollar rapid rail project at a time when we face so many challenges. Madam President, in my presentation, I will seek to look at the impact this budget will have on the youth of our nation, the draconian removal of the gender development from this budget, the emasculation of local government, the impact of the calloused failure of this government to keep the social safety net intact to protect the most vulnerable in our country. Madam President, I came into politics because of my passion for people and because of my dedication to improving the lives of people in our country. I truly believe in creating opportunities for our young citizens and building Trinidad and Tobago's capacity and global competitiveness through our future generation. The youth is the hope of our future. The challenges of the urban youth on the East-West corridor, those from the middle-class homes, and the rural youth in Trinidad and Tobago vary across ethnicity and geographic locations. But it is important that every young person has opportunities to access education and to reach their full potential. As a nation, we are tomorrow the opportunities we create for our. I believe that the failure of this government to provide gate to all students, as proposed in this budget, will promote social segregation along economic lines and classism in education in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as in the labor market. This government has an unrealistic approach to the crisis that face young people in acquiring tertiary education in this country. Students of low income, middle income, as well as privileged homes deserve the same opportunities as top performers to access tertiary education. And this access must continue in academics as well as in the technical and vocational studies so that they can make use of opportunities in the job market locally, regionally, and internationally. There are many opportunities both in the private sector and in the public sector that our young people cannot access because they simply don't qualify. And reduction in this funding of GATE will reduce our young people's chances of succeeding. Madam President, I found it rather unfortunate that the Minister of Finance, during the Standing Committee's examination of this budget, and again this morning, asked why should a person whose family is rich be entitled to GATE? So if a young person lives on their own, they might get funding. But if they continue to live with their family and you think that they are rich, no funding? What is the message we are sending? What are we creating? Madam President, I believe that there is too much room for discrimination with the proposal made in this budget for GATE. And there is a likely chance that what happened with government scholarships going to friends, family, and party affiliates under the last PNM regime could happen again, and we must not allow that. Please do not make tertiary education funding a welfare system. It is a myth that class does not exist in Trinidad and Tobago, and education is a key to removing those barriers. The great Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world and our country. I honor the hard work all students put into graduate and postgraduate studies, the sacrifices that families make, and this government should honor that too by leaving GATE intact. Madam President, I listened to announcements of a graduate program, and that is nothing new. The graduate program exists. But, you know, opportunity is a hell of a thing. The executive report on the Committee on Young Males and Crime in Trinidad and Tobago, which was chaired by Professor Selwyn Ryan, reported in 2013 that 87% of males and 79% of females did not pursue continuing education. The People's Partnership government in the last 5 years brought the rate of tertiary education participation up to 65%. Psychologists agree that greater dissatisfaction in their quality of life is often the root of disruptive behavior of young people in communities and increase their predisposition to risky behavior that could bring them in conflict with the law. In other words, ask any youth man in the prison system or on the street, and they will tell you, frustration, fight down, dissatisfaction with their quality of life leads to violence in schools, use of drugs, guns, and violent crimes in community, lack of opportunities. Madam President, this budget failed to expand and develop the opportunities available to young people. I mentioned before that the graduate program is not new. The proposal to increase the OGT stipend will bring that stipend up to about $6,000, and that is good for the OGT. But that raises their stipend above the salary for many entry-level jobs. And there are people in the public service who are saying, you want to pay OJT more money, but you're grousing to pay me my back pay. The Minister of Finance made a big issue about the negotiations, the conclusion of negotiations, and the payment that would then be due to public servants. People, young people as well, who are entering the workforce will have that challenge to have certain responsibilities, but to see OJT persons being paid more money than they are. And we have to look at that. Madam President, the People's Partnership approach of decentralization of education even the playing field for the urban youth, the at-risk youth, as well as the rural youth. placing academic and technical and vocational programs in communities increased access, increased completion rates, and graduation numbers. It lends to entrepreneurship, small and medium business growth, stimulating local economies, bringing more income into families, and improving communities. When we speak about fighting murders and violent crime, when we speak about reaching our at-risk youth, we must speak about creating opportunities, real opportunities that are accessible to them. And sadly, there are many areas deemed hotspots. And sadly, many of those areas are represented by members in the lower house from the party in government. And the representation should have spoken more into measures in this budget, measures to be proposed to reach those at-risk youth in the hotspots. Madam President, I move to gender, but as I spoke about young people, I want to join in congratulating Shivrani Prabhudial of Lakshmi Girls and Ashisha Prasad of Naparima Girls College, joint winners of the President's Gold Medal, who topped the list of scholarship winners for 2015. More and more girls are excelling in this country, to the extent that boys are considered at risk. The challenges these girls will face as they chart their way into the world will be very different to that of the current generation of female leaders. International culture is re-examining the very definition of gender. Policies and programs must be a part of every government's agenda. Madam President, do you know that the word gender is not mentioned even once in this budget? This budget is a slap in the face of decades of Caribbean feminism. This invisibility is not about a letterhead. It reverses decades of state practice in this country and Caribbean advocacy. It is a step against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030, which were adopted at the General Assembly meeting a couple weeks ago in New York. At that assembly, Barack Obama, President of the United States, said, "When women succeed, America succeeds, and we should be choosing policies that benefit us." End quote. I endorse these sentiments. When women succeed in this country, Trinidad and Tobago succeed. Is this government choosing policy that would benefit all of us, our women and girls, without leaving our men and boys behind? This government has trivialized gender development in this budget. Social development and family services is not gender development. I trust that this government, in fact, I call on the government to demonstrate a public commitment to women's rights and gender equality by bringing back the Ministry of Gender Development. With the exclusion of the Ministry of Gender, how can there be focus on gender issues in a meaningful way? Gender equality issues are still at large, and they include inequality in women's wages, the high incidence of poverty amongst women-headed households, domestic violence, sexual harassment, high rates of maternal and infant mortality, women and leadership, the achievement of girls and boys in education. Madam President, there is no mention of the gender policy in the budget, but I do acknowledge that the PNM manifesto hinted at going back to the 2009 proposals, but that did not manifest itself in the budget that was presented.
Senators, just remind all senators of Standing Order 51, 1E, where we listen in silence. There's also a convention that when a senator is making a maiden contribution, that there are no interruptions. So can we listen to the senator, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your protection, Madam President. Madam President, I ask, what happens to projects such as the Women City Center project, the National Women Commission, programs for domestic violence and safe homes for women? Family services, in my opinion, does not address gender development. There is the issue of gender budgeting as well. And it takes policy and clear directive to ensure that those things make its way across the board. But instead, what we have seen is a violation, and it is not a matter of making it a political issue, because at the end of the day, regardless of who is in power, the citizens of this country deserve to have those opportunities and that development. Madam President, I move now to the proposals and social benefits. This budget effectively decreased the buying power of citizens. Whatever your salary is, your salary went down effectively. The VAT reduction headline is a huge deception. The proposal to decrease the VAT from 15 to 12.5%, but then increase the range of items that we have to pay VAT on, is a very dangerous lie and misconception put forward to the public and the citizens of this country. I, like the rest of Trinidad and Tobago, look forward to the unveiling of the items that will remain free of VAT, as was made under the previous administration. Because of this decrease in buying power, it becomes so much more important to keep our social safety net in place. Madam President, you're not bothering me, you know. I could go ahead. Madam President, it becomes very important to keep our social safety net in place. And while I encourage transparency, as spoken to in the budget with regards to programs, social support programs, I want to urge members of the government, do not play political football with the most vulnerable in our society. Do not point fingers at politicians. The new members of parliament on the government bench will face the same frustrations that led to the constituency distribution program of some of those social services. I agree that you should have continuous audit and hold those persons in the public service who are responsible for those programs accountable. I also want to urge that the empowerment element that was included in all of those programs be maintained. Teach people to fish rather than give them a fish. Wean them off of the program so that we do not become welfare people. Many of these programs, for example, if you are participating and you are the recipient of a food card, you are expected to participate in empowerment exercises. Those people who qualified for the baby grant, the baby care grant, would be required to participate in parenting classes and so on, which at the end of the day would make them more independent and less likely to return for the benefit. Social programs must not be made inaccessible to those who need them most because of additional bureaucracy. And I can tell you from my own experience in working in communities, the people who need it the most very often are not going to line up or sit down in the social welfare office all day. Because they want to help themselves, they will go out there and attempt to help themselves. Very often, people who are not deserving are the ones who will find time to sit in the office and return every day. And that bureaucracy is what separates the people who really need and those people who only want. So we must be careful that we do not eliminate those who really need. Madam President, I want to just slip across to local government. Madam President, I see the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. I heard him on TV6 yesterday. And he spoke very well about allowing primary health care and social services and so on to be administered by local government. And I just want to remind that this is the same government who immediately took away the power of members of parliament and constituency offices to have a say in the distribution of social services. And now there's a suggestion to have councillors do the same distribution. So I wonder if it was just a proposal or suggestion or what it was. Madam President, local government is the arm of government that is closest to people. In this budget, the allocation of every regional corporation has been slashed by up to 8 million each. That is only for their development programs. We speak about empowering local government. The act that governs local government came into being in 1990. And time again, local government strengthening would be spoken about in the public domain. But you know, the truth of the matter is that local government is a creature of politics as a central government. And there are many who would have difficulties relinquishing certain powers to local government. Madam President, because of the People's Partnership Government empowering local government, councillors are actually now better off than senators, and I'll tell you why. The People's Partnership introduced councillors' offices. Councillors now have offices. They have staff. They have a vote to pay expenses for their offices. Senators don't have offices. If I have to see someone, I might have to see them in my gallery at home. Where do you meet with constituents. How do you improve representation? The People's Partnership did that with the introduction of councillors' offices. The appointment of chief officers after 2 decades of the law providing for it was done under the People's Partnership government. Under the People's Partnership government, there was increased funding for regional corporations across the board. In addition, every ministry took an approach to have corporations have a say as to where projects went. And there were meaningful projects and a variety of projects. It wasn't just about paving roads. And unfortunately, I see decreases so that regional corporations will have challenges in maintaining cemeteries, maintaining roads, continuing to provide sanitation services, yet we speak about empowerment. And it's one of the saddest things that I heard in that interview on TV6 Morning Edition. And I trust that the Minister of Rural Development could somehow dispute that in his contribution in this House, was that there is a proposal, a suggestion, to remove proportional representation from local government. Madam President, the introduction of proportional representation increases the say that our citizens have. And I want to urge that proportional representation be allowed to find its way into more areas of representation rather than being removed. That, in my opinion, will be a reversal of a positive step in democracy in our country. Removing proportional representation will be taking power away from the people. Madam President, I sat as a councillor in 2003, my first elections in 2003. In that term, elections were due in 2006, 3 years after. And for 4 continuous years, elections were postponed under the guise of local government reform. I look forward to the minister giving the assurance that this PNM government will not postpone local elections. And I ask that particularly because there was an announcement for by-elections, and it is traditional that when you have less than a year away from an election, that you do not keep the by-election to fill the vacancy. And I am wondering if the announcement of by-elections less than 1 year from local government elections is a signal of the intent or the possibility to postpone the local government elections again. And I trust that, I know in your contribution you will address it. So it is a very real concern. No, it's not any thing, because I want the minister, Madam President, to address it in a meaningful way. And I look forward to his contribution in particular, because as a person coming out of local government, I know how critical that first arm of representation is to people. And Madam President, I want to tell you that this budget has really put people on a back foot in this country. I come from a very grassroots, if you want to call it, community, and I can tell you of the regret in the minds of some of the people. And today, I just want to reiterate as I close that it is important for this government to ensure that whatever budget allocations are made under the various heads, that they will be utilized in a meaningful way to continue to provide opportunities for the young people of our nation, not just by saying we want to develop young people, but by putting meaningful and realistic programs in place. I want to hear from the government some reversal of the draconian removal of the gender development and the lack of mention in the budget, the fact that it's not catered for. I also want to hear, Madam President, about the proposals for local government, the emasculation of local government. And I also, Madam President, look forward to hearing the government's measures to keep the social safety net intact to protect the most vulnerable in our society. Madam President, I thank you for this opportunity.
May I congratulate Senator Ameen on her maiden contribution. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It is a signature honor for me to contribute to this debate on the Appropriation Bill 2016. As usual, before I begin, let me once again congratulate you on your election as President of the Senate. Madam President, on September the 7th, a new administration was elected into office. And this is our first budget presentation. And from all indications, it seems that we are on the right track. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Minister of Finance, the Honorable Colman Burt, member for the Gomartin Northeast, and my own MP, incidentally, for a job well done. He had 1 month, and he surely stamped his authority on this budget. I know there was some apprehension when an engineer, a former Minister of Works and Transport, was selected by the Honorable Prime Minister to be the Minister of Finance, and not an accountant or an economist. But I want to say, Madam President, that an engineering mind is one steeped in logic, systems, cause and effect. It is data-driven, situation-driven, and seeks logical and scientific outcomes to problems. As an engineer myself, I fully endorse this approach of the Honorable Prime Minister. And I have no doubt that the Honourable Member of Parliament for the Gomartin Northeast will prove to be one of the better Ministers of Finance this country has ever. Having inflated his ego, I now want to say that the Honourable Minister of Finance had no intention of breaking the standing orders. And just for the records, I hope I have not invaded on the President's authority, but it says that it shall not be proper for a member to leave the Senate immediately after speaking. I just wonder whether he is a member. No, I'm not. But having said that, Madam President.
Minister, I'm so sorry. But if you look at the interpretation section, member means either a member of the Senate or a minister from the House of Representatives.
I stand corrected, Madam President. But having said that, he had no intention of breaking the standing orders. There was an important meeting as we spoke, as he was delivering his presentation between our Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and the Honourable Prime Minister of Grenada, which he had to attend, so he kindly asked to be excused. So just for the records. Madam President, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister for his astute and visionary leadership in leading the People's National Movement government to an election victory on September the 7th. But Madam President, I want to draw to the attention of the Senate one aspect of Dr. Rowley's leadership that is worthy of special mention, and that is his focus on youths. The Honorable Senator, Ms. Ameen, indicated gender and youth. On assuming the role of political leader of the PNM, way back in 2010, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley made a clarion call for the youths of this country to come forward and take charge. This they have done admirably over 4 elections. So, Madam President, as we kick off this debate in this House, like the other place, our team here is made up largely of fresh, young faces. I wish I could have said the same thing for the other side. Save and except the Senator Ameen. But, Madam President, I proudly say today in this Senate that the People's National Movement has put the future of this country into the hands of the next generation of leaders. I now want to begin my core presentation on an aspect of the budget that has gone largely unnoticed until this morning. Because, Madam President, a lot has been said about developed countries, and we want to be a developed country by 2020, 2030. The UNC said they want to be first world. All that is said. Developed country has nothing to do with skyscrapers and infrastructure deficit. Take Switzerland, for example. There are very few skyscrapers in Switzerland, but they tend to lead in all aspects of human development by the United Nations. Corruption, happiness, what have you. And it all has to do with the governance and the strength of public institutions. Senator Ramkissoon mentioned how important institutional strength is. And it's in that context I was happy to hear the Minister of Finance this morning paying particular attention in delivering this debate on the institutional imperatives of the People's National Movement government. He spoke about the creation of the Revenue Authority. He spoke about the creation of the Statistical Institute. He spoke about the creation of the General Accounting Office. And I just want to add a fourth one here, the Economic Development Board. Because the Economic Development Board will now deal with medium and long-term economic planning. This is the modern equivalent of the old 5-year development plan. And there's so much technology now, so much software. You can do simulation, you can do forecasting, you can do scenario building. Dr. Danisar Mahabed, these are all available tools to the economists now in their predictive models for the performance of the economy, and in particular, scenario building. So, Madam President, the institutional strengthened component of the budget I am extremely happy about, and this administration is also very happy about. With regards to the macroeconomic parameters, a lot will be said about that. In particular, my colleague, Senator Lester Henry, will go at depth in dealing with the macroeconomic parameters, how we met it in 2010, how we left it in 2010, and how we have met it now in 2015. But I just want to quote one aspect of this budget presentation, which I think to me captured the whole sense of 2010 vis-a-vis 2030. It's on page 14. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the billions of dollars in borrowing, tax amnesties, extraordinary dividends, sale of assets, and high oil and gas prices, our cash balance at the Treasury moved from a positive $6.5 billion in May 24, 2010 to a negative $8.5 billion in the middle of September 2015. A reversal of $15.0 billion. The Minister of Finance went on to say what this means is that we are unable to use the resources of our surplus funds, including the Green Fund. To correct Senator Ramkissoon, we didn't assign the Green Fund to recurrent expenditure. They put it as collateral against the overdraft from the central bank. Okay? It goes on to say, to put it simply, in order to maintain its inordinate and unsustainable level of expenditure, the previous government maxed out our overdraft at the central bank, taking us from a positive cash flow in 2010 to a perilous situation in 2015, where we were running on fumes, as it were, to use the local parlance, dangerously close to the legal overdraft limit. Put another way, Madam Speaker, we were on the verge of insolvency. So, Madam Speaker, that is all I would say on the macroeconomic situation. Now, I just want to speak about two other aspects of governance which we have implemented as a new cabinet, and it has to deal with cabinet oversight. Madam President, there's something called the Standing Committee on Energy. It's a committee of the cabinet. This committee operation is fundamental to the performance of the energy sector. The energy sector, as you all are aware, contributes 50% of government revenue and approximately 70% of foreign exchange earnings. My understanding, regretfully so, is that under the previous administration, this committee, which is usually chaired by the Prime Minister, rarely met. Sometimes a year would pass, and the Standing Committee of Energy in an energy-driven economy has not met. No wonder the energy sector is the state it is in. Under the Manning administration, the Standing Committee of Energy met religiously every month. Both Dr. Rowley and myself served on the Standing Committee of Energy under Mr. Manning. Today, under the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, this committee has been reconvened and it will be meeting very, very regularly. It is chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister and includes about 6 or 7 other government ministers, including the chairman of Prt2, NGC, TNTEC, and NP. And it includes 3 other persons, Professor Ken Julian, Mr. Malcolm Jones, and Mr. Stephen Gardner. And Madam President, I want to go on the record today that Professor Ken Julian is somebody that this country should be eternally grateful to. It's a young Professor Julian who became chairman of TNTEC under Dr. Williams that brought gas turbines into the country and converted TNTEC into a gas turbine electricity generation outfit. It is Professor Julian who was responsible, among other people, for the industrialization of Point Lisas and going downstream of gas. And most importantly, Madam President, it is Professor Julian who has been singularly responsible for this country moving into the LNG industry, where it was a debate as to whether you continue downstream in Point Lisas or you go to LNG. He was responsible for the signing of Train 1. Today, this country survives on LNG. Had it not been for the LNG industry, we would have been bankrupt. But, and I just want to praise the Honorable Basdev Pandey at this time, because after Train 1 was signed, we demitted office in 1995. And on the verge of Trains 2 and 3, Mr. Pandey had a document in front of him whether to sign off on Trains 2 and 3. And the story is told that Mr. Pandey called in Professor Julian and said, "Professor, is this a good deal?" And he said yes. And Brother Bar signed immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, that's good leadership. So, Madam President, the energy sector is now in good hands. We have another Standing Committee on Infrastructure, again which is chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, and we will have cabinet oversight of all major infrastructural projects to be undertaken in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam President, I now move on to the portfolio aspect of my presentation, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Madam President, for those of you who followed the PNM campaign in September and August, you would have heard that our political leader virtually spoke every night on two transformational areas of governance in Trinidad and Tobago. They are, one, the implementation of the local government reform agenda, and secondly, the creation of the Ministry of Rural Development. Put another way, Madam President, I have been appointed the Transformational Minister. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for assigning this portfolio to me and to assure him that when I succeed, and I said when I succeed, in this exercise, Trinidad will be a totally different place in terms of systems, in terms of governance, in terms of service delivery, and in terms of the developmental adjustment as we move the pendulum from urban to rural and to semi-rural. So allow me, Madam Speaker, to quote quite extensively from the best manifesto that was ever prepared in the history of Trinidad. And to my good friend, the author, who is sitting 2 chairs on my right. Madam President, I read from page 54 of this glorious document. To achieve this transformation, the PNM will, 1, amend the relevant revenue and taxation laws to allow local government bodies to retain certain taxes collected within their boundaries, in particular land and building taxes. And let me read what land and building taxes. Tell me a country in the world that does not have land and building taxes. You know, there are poor people in this country. There are poor, especially old people. When January reach and they get to pay the land and building taxes, they are worried. There are people who feel if you don't pay land and building taxes, government will seize your property. My mother, as January 2nd reach, first thing she go into the warden office to pay land and building taxes. Whether it is $100, $200, or $2,000, sometimes it's $6 for the lot of land. Madam President, this is money will stay with the regional corporation. 2, to amend the Municipal Corporation Act to give local government corporation a level of autonomy and executive authority similar to those now enjoyed by the Tobago House of Assembly. 3, to ensure that as a matter of policy, that first preference of award of contracts for work done in local government bodies be given to contractors and service providers within the geographic boundary of the corporation. I don't want to cast aspersion on anybody. You go over this last administration, you go to Diego Martin, and all the contractors from Penal and Kuf and what have you, it just does not feel right.
Can't feel right.
You have to build the local economy. Okay, and local economy, local value, and Senator Rambharat, you're well aware of all these things. Why did you all go down that way? Good? And that is what we are trying to correct with this local government reform. 4, greater responsibilities and authority to the municipal police. I'll be working closely with the Minister of National Security to put this system in place. To provide the local government bodies with additional responsibilities as it relates to planning and building approvals. Why should Tongue and Country have to come to Port of Spain, San Fernando, to submit a plan to build a flat house? All this could be easily handled at the level of the regional corporation. To complete 6, completely restructure and decentralize the system of implementation of local government infrastructural projects. 7, as first respondent in the event of natural disasters. I just want to compliment the local government bodies. This is one area that has worked excellent over the last 5 or 6 years. So in fact, the last 10 years. The first respondents in the local government corporation has worked excellent, and we plan to build on that as we coordinate the effort through the office of the ODPM. 7, foster and create a formal consultative process and forum where NGOs, CBOs, and other civil groups and interested parties in the communities could work closely with local government bodies before the implementation of plans and programs. And finally, to utilize the detailed regional development plans prepared for the 14 municipal corporations under the previous PNM government, suitably updated as the basis for future development. Just for the records, Madam President, in the 2013 local government election, for the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, a political party produced 14 individual manifestos for the 14 regional corporations. Again, I don't want to tell you who the author is, but he's putting his hands up.
All 14.
So, Madam President, we are serious about local government reform. Local government reform has been, Senator Ameen said, a lot has been said about it in the past. I will go back in history. There was the Hazel Manning Plan, where a lot of time and effort was spent on the local government reform process. More recently, there was the Suraj Rambharat consultation in 2013. And a lot of good ideas are locked into those 2 documents. But what these programs lacked was the commitment to totally and truly devolve power and authority. Because, Madam President, we are steeped and trained in centralized power. The power of the cabinet, the power of the minister. Nobody wants to give it up. Okay? For local government reform to work, it is our thesis that the umbilical cord must be cut from the Ministry of Local Government. Because you cannot be half pregnant. It's either you're devolving power or you're not. The example I like to quote is the US system. The governor of the state of Georgia is the governor of the state of Georgia. Obama cannot tell him what to do, you know. He runs his state. It doesn't matter whether he's Republican or Democrat. Federal government is different to local government, the state government. And that is the system we plan to implement. So if Penal David Corporation and if Princess Tong Corporation, as my good friend Senator Ramkissoon, remains in the arms of the UNC, so be it. We infer that, you know. We may never win the 14 corporations, but what we will do, it will not stop us from devolving power to the corporations and let them handle it. It is in that context, Madam President, as we speak with all this budget debate and thing going on, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development have already set up two committees. One is a Ministerial Oversight Committee, whose mandate is to provide oversight for the transitioning of the Ministry of Local Government and to ensure the highest level of collaboration among key ministries and government agencies. That ministerial committee is chaired by your good self and includes 4 other ministers. And there's a technical committee who will do all the hard work, as it were. And that committee is headed by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and it includes, inter alia, some local government stalwarts in the person of Mr. Martin Terry Rondon, Alderman Clyde Paul, the Mayor of Point Fortin, Mr. Jarrett Narayan, Mr. Lennox Sanka Singh, some of the guys who have been working this local government system for quite a while. So, Madam President, we are serious. And I just want to go on the records to say that if you go through the local government budget, as Senator Ameen has said, we know because it was based on the old mold, and it is under-resourced. And this will be the last year that it will be under-resourced. Because from next year, as we roll out this empowered regional cooperation, because what used to happen is that the local government system is under-resourced, but the work is being done by other state agencies and other special purpose companies. For example, last year and year before, the sports company of Trinidad and Tobago, under a famous sports minister, infamous sports minister, fixed hundreds of gongs into the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, none of it coming through the corporation. You just appear and you just see lights on a gong. And not knowing from whence the authority came. And what we have is this myriad of state entities that cross-wiring the system among themselves, and everybody hustling to do our work. And it is not coming through the correct channels of the local government institutions. And that is where the local government authorities will now be empowered to handle all the affairs in their area. And as I said, this is the last year of the under-resourcing of local government, and we have a tight timeline to implement this reform. To address Senator Ameen's question, I want to give this House and the nation the assurance that under no circumstance, and I mean no circumstance, whether reform finish, in between, or not finished, that this PNM administration will postpone the local government election. Before I leave local government, Madam President, I have something to expose here this evening. It's called One Alexandra Place. Mr. Rambharat watching me and smiling. One Alexandra Place was supposed to be the headquarters of the Ministry of Local Government. In October 2009, a lease was entered into between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and Nahus Investment Limited. A lease that was renegotiated in August 2010 to the tune of 600,000 plus VAT, monthly lease, 600,000 plus VAT. Everybody knows the building, One Alexandra Place. The Ministry of Local Government entered into a contract in February 2010 with the Government Human Resource Services Company to do design and layout for the outfitting, and with Palaseco Agricultural Enterprises to provide project management. In April of 2010, Madam President, tenders were invited. Cabinet approved $27 million for the project, and bids range between $18 to $23 million. Unfortunately, the tender was aborted because it was claimed that the tender documents didn't provide sufficient information to allow the tenderers to bid properly. Having said so, a new project charter was done by Palaseco Agricultural Enterprises, and in September 2011, a new tender went out. 8 companies were invited to bid. 2 actually submitted bids. These 2 companies are called Elvis Marketing and COSL. Remember that, COSL. Elvis Marketing was disqualified for failing the technical evaluation. What is so technical about outfitting a building? All outfitting means partitioning and putting office furniture in. Right. Good? Yep. So you ended up with a sole selective tender for outfitting a building, a non-specialized contract.
Gypsum.
Good? And the sole selective tender was coming from a company that had no track record in outfitting buildings. Believe it or not, a contract that was originally tendered for, ranging from $18 to $23 million, COSL bid price was $74.3 million.
My goodness.
The board of Palaseco Enterprises Limited wrote the Ministry of Local Government saying that they have a sole selective tender, but the cost, the price, is 200% higher than the estimated price. I can trace no correspondence after that, save and except a cabinet note which authorizes PSAEL to spend $71.17 million on the project. There was a PS, I don't know what to call his name in the House, who was so enraged by this action that he intervened. He contracted a quantity surveyor to evaluate the quantum of work done at One Alexandria Place. And with a push and a stretch, the quantity surveyor valued the work done at $24.129 million. The amount paid up to that time was $28.7 million. The outstanding invoices amount to $30.96 million. This matter is now before the Solicitor General for her advice.
Onward transmission to the police.
Well, onward transmission to some law enforcement agency. Since leasing the building, Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago citizens have paid $45.52 million in lease rent.
What?
For the 5 years.
Repeat that, how much?
$45.52 million in lease rent. The contract value, as we speak, is $71.17 million, bringing it a total of $116.69 million, and not a single person has occupied that building today.
Scandalous.
And, Madam President, I want to make this point to you today and to the nation in particular. We, during the course of this budget debate, have been announcing these scandals. We are not doing this for the entertainment of Trinidad and Tobago, you know. We plan to deal frontally with some of them. I just want to leave you all with one other piece of information here. Palaseco Agricultural Enterprises Limited, which is a UNC NES, if I should say so myself. The manager, project engineering and maintenance services, the person who signed off on this contract and who signs off on hundreds of millions of dollars of contract under PSAEL, he was employed in 2013. He graduated with a bachelor's of civil engineering in 2010. He was 3 years old.
Expert. 3 years experience.
An engineer with 3 years experience. Honorable Coleman both told me that to be registered as a certified engineer, you have to have 4 years. He's not even a registered certified engineer, but he holds the position of manager project engineering and maintenance services.
So shameful.
The manager legal and estate services, corporate secretary. Understand, Palaseco Agricultural Enterprises is the largest manager of land in Trinidad. They own all Prt2 lands. because County Lands has not been vested in the state. So they are the private largest landowner. The manager, legal, estate services, and corporate secretary is a lawyer with 5 years experience. This is the type of thing that was going on over the last 5 years, Madam President. I see no more. And let me just spend the final 10 or 11 minutes to speak about my pet subject, rural development. Madam President, I would like to now deal with rural development, as I just said. And I just want to preface what I say, that over the years, a lot of things have been said in Trinidad about discrimination. Ethnic discrimination, political discrimination. Some of it may well be true, I don't know. But what I do know, as somebody who was born in Mayao, is that if there's any discrimination occurring over the years and the decades, it was rural discrimination. Toko Matlot, largely Africans, strong supporters of the PNM, rural neglect. Moruga, largely Africans, strong supporters of the PNM. We want Moruga, rural neglect. Sijwa Sikakas, largely East Indians, part of the Point Fortin seat. Strong supporters of the UNC, rural neglect. The middle of the Kunapo Southern Main Road Beach, midway between Rio Claro and Sandy Grande, East Indians, UNC supporters, rural neglect. The point I'm making is that the economic forces that foster development always favor urban areas and areas of high density settlement. I don't want to bring in Mr. Danessa too much in this debate, but they use concepts like rate of return on investment, market size, payout, value add, multiplier effect, all that gravitates the developmental capital into the urban areas. The point I'm making, Madam President, is that rural development can only take place at the pace and level that is required by direct government policy intervention. This is the rationale and the raison d'etre for the creation of the Ministry of Rural Development. As a matter of fact, Madam President, the first policy position that was articulated by the Honorable Prime Minister, then leader of the opposition, it occurred on January the 24th, 2012, at the Bastia Community Center in Moruga. I remember it like yesterday, when he announced that a new PNM administration will have a Ministry of Rural Development. And to understand the importance that the Prime Minister has placed on this ministry, is we have cut down the number of ministries from 33 to 23. And yet he saw it fit to have a ministry totally dedicated to rural development. That is the level of importance that has been assigned to this country. Because rural development, Madam President, for it to take place, two things has to be in place. You must establish an economic base, and you must establish connectivity. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance, like a snowball in hell. I'll quote two examples. The same example that Senator Ramkissoon gave, Toko Sandy Grande. The economic base will be the port service in Tobago. The connectivity is provided for by the road from Valencia to Toko. It will open up the area for development. Tourists coming from England to Tobago could come and spend a day in Toko and go back in the afternoon. And that will spur the growth of the Toko Matlot economy. Coming down to Moruga Tableland, which is actually the Princeton Corporation includes Moruga Tableland, so watch it. Moruga Tableland, the economic base will be provided for by the new fishing port in Moruga. This is the design for the port. That was done since I was the Member of Parliament for Moruga. It was done by Royal Haskoning, the world's premier marine engineering firm out of Holland. That port will be built starting from this year to provide an economic base for the people of Moruga. The port includes an offshore island with a causeway, with berthing facilities for 125 pirogues. Few people know that Moruga has the largest fishing fleet in Trinidad and Tobago. And it will provide cold storage facilities, marketing facilities, as we build the economy of Moruga. And the connectivity will be provided for by a total upgrade of the Maruga Road from Piti Cafe Junction straight down to Grashime. You know the geography I'm speaking about.
Thank you.
Madam President, finally, I just want to give a taste, as it were, of some of the rural development policies that we are thinking about now and we're thinking of putting in place. I'll quote about 3 or 4 examples. 1, we will be creating a rural housing policy. Rural housing, we don't want no La Hoqueta and no Edinburgh 500 to invade the rural areas where you bulldoze 30 acres of land and build 500 or 600 houses. We will be going with a program called Village Expansion. I'll quote Maruga as an example again. Instead of building 300 houses in one spot, you go to Marak, you build 20 houses. You go to Laloon, you build 30 houses. You come to Grashime, you build 50 houses. You go to St. Mary's, to Samuel Cooper, to Fifth Company. So at the end of the day, in the Maruga area, you build 300 houses, but it is spread across the various villages, so the villages absorb the housing area, not vice versa. Because, Madam President, country people doesn't want to leave their village, you know.
Honourable Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Country people doesn't want to leave their villages. That is why there's so much ancestral voting. Because they come to live and to work, but they still go back Maruga, they go back Rio Claro, they go back Mayaro to vote. And that is the concept, the rural living that we're trying to think. Rural transportation, rural banking. Why it is somebody from Beach has to go to Sandy Grande to take out $500 from the bank? Why can't we encourage the bank to put ATM machines in all these villages? And you can have the service for rural communities. Rural connectivity, broadband internet access to all rural areas. As a matter of fact, this government is so visionary that the TT Connect portfolio has been moved from the Ministry of Public Administration to the Ministry of Rural Development, because that is the technology that we will be rolling out to these rural communities to bring about their development. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, rural utilities. TNTEC have a policy now that if you have to put 3 telephone poles to reach your house, you have to pay them $20,000, the capital cost of it to reach your house. That cannot operate in a rural area,
They can afford it.
because rural people never get anything. So direct government intervention in the rural landscape, and we are committed to a rural developmental policy that will be second to none. Madam President, the Ministry of Rural Development will be working closely with 2 ministries. The Ministry of Agriculture, because the economic base, while I said in Toko to be the port and in Maruga the port, by and large, the average rural community, the economic base will very likely be agriculture, forestry, poultry farming, or something to that effect. And the empowered regional corporation will be working very, very closely with. In closing, I want to say that rural development does not mean the urbanization of rural areas. It means allowing rural areas to access the same facilities and amenities that their urban counterparts now enjoy. So, Madam President, very shortly, in this Trinidad and Tobago environment, our vocabulary will be expanded. We will now be hearing names like Marak and Boajeje, Mayo, Flanagan, Tong and Whiteland, La Fillette, San Souci and Matlot, Mafikin Village, Mayaro, my own hometown. You'll be hearing places like Bonas and Sijos, Forward Tamana, Nestor Tamana, Corial Tamana, Mondo Nuevo, Brazo Seco. These are some of the names that will be now on the national radar. And Madam Speaker, before I close, this rural boy who was born in Mafikin, in Mayaro, catching crab and pulling seine, will now champion the cause for rural development. Madam President,
Senator Raffoul.
Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to speak. It is an honor to serve our country in this capacity as independent senator. I would like to very briefly introduce myself, since my experience until this point has influenced my recommendations going forward. I hope to offer technical recommendations and a spirit of genuine collaboration so we can move our country forward. I'm an economist, a social entrepreneur, and a holistic health practitioner. The combination of these has influenced my perception of development and quality of life. First, my feedback as an economist. I commend the Honourable Minister of Finance for his efforts on balancing the budget. From here on, my comments focus more on quality of expenditure rather than quantity. I'd like to comment on our national goals and development indicators. As an economist, there's growing international consensus that GDP per capita alone is not an adequate measure of well-being. GDP cannot quantify household production, technology changes, or quality impacts. Bhutan has the infamous example of their National Happiness Index. Might I suggest that Trinidad and Tobago prioritise adoption of the UNDP's Sustainable Development Goals as our measures of well-being, since they are cross-sectoral and more accurate indicators of progress towards improved quality of life. What struck me most about the budget presentation was the approach of the public sector still being the primary driver of growth. Might I suggest greater partnership with the private sector and NGO sector for the sake of efficiency gains and debt reduction? And might I suggest specific instruments to help with these partnerships? Regarding partnerships with the private sector, the allocation of $20 million towards the instruments of PPPs is commendable. Public-private partnerships have been on the agenda for several
Senator
years.
Raffoul, just could I please remind all senators, this is the second reminder, please take off your cell phones.
Thank you. Public-private partnerships have been on the agenda for several years. Might I suggest we treat this with utmost priority for the near future? Regarding partnership with the NGO sector, might I suggest exploration of the instrument of social impact bonds? Social impact bonds are also called pay-per-performance contracts, and they incentivize efficiency of development outputs and impacts, rather than just committing funds without delivery. Social impact bonds pay partnering entities for results, not just activities. The Harvard Kennedy School of Government offers free technical assistance to help developing countries to design and implement pilot projects using the instrument of social impact bonds. And now for improved outputs within the public sector, might I strongly recommend technical assistance available through institutions of which we are members and shareholders, including the Inter-American Development Bank, Latin American Development Bank, and the World Bank. They are strong in capacity, as well as have grants and budget support at low rates of 1% to 2% repayable over 20 years, i.e. much more attractive than private debt instruments. Specific areas that these institutions can offer technical assistance on include social protection, public financial management, public sector strengthening, and mass transit. And on the issue of procurement reform, might I suggest we treat this with utmost priority, emphasizing transparency and value for money. Second, my set of recommendations as a social entrepreneur. Social entrepreneurship companies are defined as those that have a social impact objective, like a traditional NGO, but they have a revenue-generating component for operational sustainability and scalability. In most developed countries, social entrepreneurship entities can now register as benefit corporations, or B Corps. Presently, there is no option for Trinidad and Tobago-based social entrepreneurship initiatives to register as a B Corporation. Updating the legislative framework to include the option to register as a B Corp may help support local entrepreneurs to attract local and international investment. It may also attract other international entrepreneurs to operate here, and it may help catalyze greater social impact as a result. I would also like to suggest increasing the art and culture allowance from the maximum of $2 million per year to a higher limit to stimulate support of cultural businesses and to strengthen diversification efforts. And third, my set of recommendations as a health practitioner. I commend the intention of the Honourable Minister of Finance to stimulate growth in the agricultural sector. Might I suggest partnership with the permaculture industry? Permaculture is a system of mixed organic agriculture that minimises or eliminates the use of external chemical inputs. The TNT-based institute, Wasamaki Ecosystems, is supported by the UN to conduct regional training programs on agricultural development around the Caribbean. I suggest we partner with these recognised regional experts. On the issue of waste management, a recent report from the World Economic Forum stated that Trinidad and Tobago is the #1 waste-producing country in the world per capita. When I read the report, I expected that we would be highly ranked, but I did not expect that we would be #1. Our dumps are unlined, and toxic chemicals such as mercury, lead, and their more toxic products of their anaerobic digestion leach out into the air, water supply, fish and food supply, leading to increased rates of cancer, autism and other learning disabilities, Alzheimer's, hormonal imbalances, infertility, etc. To prevent this, let us examine the possibility of a national composting and recycling program, either in partnership with Swimcall, the private sector, or social entrepreneurship system. And finally, within the set of recommendations towards improving the health industry, I would recommend greater partnerships with holistic health practitioners, such as functional medicine doctors, integrative nutrition health coaches, and other holistic practitioners which are a strong complement to the medical system and focus on prevention and reversal of chronic disease and prevent the high costs of care. In conclusion, permit me to mention 2 observations I recognised during my first sitting in Parliament during the budget presentation. First, the water bottles that sit on our desks, when instead we could be using reusable pitchers. BPA plastic is the #1 ranked hormonal disrupting chemical, according to the Environmental Working Group. And furthermore, these disposable single-use bottles go straight into our dump or waterways. The second observation that I noticed is that when driving past this building on evenings, the lights are always on 24 hours in every single room, without any automated turning off. I suspect the air condition is the same. How do we use our resources? My point is, let us not just mandate to the population what they must do to drive the economy. Let us take personal responsibility to improve our own actions and impacts thereof. Thank you all for allowing me this opportunity to give feedback and recommendations for going forward. As always, I am here to offer technical recommendations, a spirit of collaboration and service. Thank you.
May I congratulate Senator Raffoul on her maiden contribution, and may I also correct an oversight on my part, because Senator Ramkissoon made his maiden contribution today as well. So I want to congratulate him. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me congratulate you at even this late stage on your election as President. Madam President, from Mayaro to Makurip and from Kumana to Cedras, as candidate Clarence and now as Minister, the farmers, the fisher folk, agro-entrepreneurs, those involved in agro-processing, everybody who is involved in agriculture, fisheries, and everybody who is dependent on land have said to me, let's do this. And what they're saying to me, Madam President, is that There's been enough talk on agriculture and fisheries and food production. There's been enough talk on rural development and dealing with our rural economies, and it's time for action. I have said across the ministry, I believe everything that has to be researched in agriculture, fisheries, food production has already been researched. There are very few things for us to research. I believe that every conference that has to be attended to, Trinidad and abroad, has been gone to. I believe that every publication that has to be published and produced has been produced. And it's time for us to get down to the business of putting farmers and fisher folk in front in this country. Madam President, I owe it to my colleague, Minister Colm Imbert, Minister of Finance, for giving me a little breathing space by a typographical error which showed that this ministry was allocated 831 million. I enjoyed those few days when people did not come to me knocking on my door. They expressed sorrow and said, "We told you so. The government will let you down and not deliver," as they have said, the priority needs of the ministry. The allocation is a little more than that, $1.2 billion, Madam President. But it's not how much the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries gets. It's not how much we get, but how we spend it. That is what would matter in the first year. And because of that, in the first year, I as Minister have set 3 goals for the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Those 3 goals relate to the structure of the ministry, governance of the ministry and the institutions within the ministry, and the people and the way we interact and the way we deal with the people who are employed in the ministry and those who we service as a ministry. So those are the 3 areas I'm going to report on and talk about in my presentation today: structure, governance, and people issues in the ministry. And let me say right off, Madam President, as minister in this first year, I've said publicly, I take personal responsibility for 2 things in the ministry. Because let me say, Madam President, my first day as minister, I said to the permanent secretary in the ministry, I know my place. I'm not one of those people who misunderstand the role of the minister. I have no power to hire or fire. I have no power to spend, and I have no power to contract. So in this first year, I've given myself 2 main responsibilities. 1, personal responsibility for oversight of spending in the ministry, oversight. And 2nd, personal responsibility for governance in the ministry in the first year. Let me first talk about structure. This ministry has finally gotten the range that a Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries requires. Across the campaign, I made the point, it's almost impossible to talk about agriculture without talking about land. In our country, agriculture requires land, and it became impossible for things to move for farmers and those who require land and those who require tenure and those who require issues relating to land to be resolved by having agriculture in the form of food production on one side and land on the other side. It became more complicated by having fisheries thrown in the environment area, and more complicated by having forestry cast aside. And in many instances, Madam President, it was not just that the right hand did not know what the left hand was doing. This finger did not know what this finger was doing. And what we have found after 5 years, we found a lack of motivation in the ministry. The ministry has become so fragmented that most of the people in the ministry do not know what the other is doing. And we have found an inability to service farmers and fisher folk and all those other people who rely on lands, in particular state lands in the country. So the very first thing the government has had to do was to bring those components back together. So this ministry has agriculture, land, fisheries, and forestry, as I describe it to the employees, is now one happy house, capable of servicing all the needs of the fishermen, the farmers, and those who rely upon us for services. What it means, Madam President, is that we have to spend some time doing rationalization. And one of the most important things we have to do is remove the duplication. For example, in the Ministry of Food Production, you would have had a communications department, a human resource department, accounts department. In the Ministry of Lands and Marine Resources, you would have had the same structure. Across in forestry, you would have had the same structure. And what we have had to do in the first 5 weeks is work on removing duplication, because if we don't do that, we end up with 3 human resource departments. We end up with 3 communication managers. In fact, we ended up at one stage in the early days of my getting there with 3 photographers in the ministry because of the amalgamation. So in the first instance, we have to deal with bringing the components together and removing the duplication. We have to focus the ministry on getting expertise in the right places and the specialists in the right places. And I gave a story at the World Food Day celebration on Saturday or Sunday about my very first meeting with the heads of department in the ministry. And I needed a conference room that could hold maybe 100 persons, because we had everybody, maybe a quarter of the ministry, showing up as a head of a department to bring me up to date on what is happening in their section. And when I went through the various presentations, it was replete. It was replete with duplication. There was a complete absence of streamlining, but most important, Madam President, there was a complete lack of expertise. Not that we do not have highly qualified people. In the ministry, I'm sure we have some of the most qualified people in the country. We did not have the people in the positions where they could perform and advise a minister of government. And I said, when a minister sits for technical advice, no minister in this country, perhaps no minister in this world, should sit with more than 8 to 10 people providing advice so I can produce the policy direction that the ministry needs to have. And when we looked at this structure, which, as I say, is one of the priority areas in the first year, we also look at the internal structure, the way the ministry is configured to respond to the needs of the farmers and the fisher folk. And one of the things I've made the newspaper over and over for, I've made the newspaper in the last 5 weeks for 2 issues, hunting, and the second one is the ministry's decision that it would not renew those employment contracts that expired. At the end of September, several contracts expired. I don't have the numbers yet. Across the various components of the ministry, I have not been able to get a handle on the numbers, but I can tell you this. The ministry contained various types of employees, the public servants, the contract employees who were retained on 1, 2, or 3 year contracts. We also had short-term contracts. And we had a category that really surprised me, because it was the first time, despite a long period, a long history of interaction with the public sector, something called independent contractors. And that is the one that bothered me the most, Madam President. So in the Ministry of Food, the former Ministry of Food Production, for example, there were 87 persons as at 30th September 2015 who were on these non-tax contracts, just contracts which allowed them to be independent contractors. So every month, that contract would just be one page would just be reissued, giving them another term for a month, and there was no tax to be paid and no NIS to be deducted. And as a lawyer, Madam President, and Franklin Kahn sometimes says that people forget I'm a lawyer. But as a lawyer, that concerned me. And not only did I feel that the ministry as an employer was exposed, but these employees were exposed because they were treated as independent contractors, which they were not. And some of these employees were the ones complaining that the ministry sent them home. But as an independent contractor, that is what happens. Your contract comes to an end and you go. And that is the nature of the relationship. And I'm sure not many of them were aware of that. So that is one category of contract that was not renewed. And then, Madam President, across the ministry, what we found that there were persons employed on contract, short-term contract, various types of contracts, with nothing to show for their period of employment. For example, in training, when I asked, how is the ministry measuring the impact of all this training we are doing? In one section, for example, $1.5 million a year being spent on salaries for training, without any measurement of the impact. In other words, if you're spending money on training, you must be able to demonstrate that this is having an impact on production. This is having an impact on profitability. This is causing this particular percentage increase in the contribution of agriculture or fisheries to household incomes in the rural communities. We cannot train and spend taxpayers' money on training because we do it every year and we have a training calendar. So those persons who were on those short-term contracts involved in that particular training, at the end of September, there was no renewal until the ministry makes an assessment of what it has to spend and what it has to do in relation to training and how it's going to manage it. And then we have, for example, when we go across to the lands section, we have former lands ministry, 108 persons on short-term contracts. Again, month-to-month contracts in key positions that should really be filled by persons in permanent jobs. But what we have done is continuously roll over short-term contracts without taking the steps to fill those positions. So we're going to head into another crisis, Madam President, because at the end of November, of this 108 contract positions, maybe 100 are going to come to an end in November, and we will have to take a decision as a ministry whether we are going to extend those contracts or what we are going to do, and how quickly we can fill those positions with people who can fill it on a permanent basis, which brings me to the last point I'm going to make on the employment issues. What we have also found, Madam President, is that many of these people filled positions without having been interviewed. Many of these people filled positions for which they are not qualified. Typical. And I heard Senator Ameen talking about the PNM and making sure that we keep our education programs. Madam President, I'm not only a proud product of this investment that this country makes in education, but I'm also a former lecturer at the university, and I have students, my former students, all through this parliament. And if it's one person who is going to stand up for locally qualified, competent people to find jobs, especially young people in the public sector, I am going to be that person. And we cannot, because we've been doing it, because we have these contracts continuously rolling over, we cannot deprive qualified people of holding a job and a permanent position in Trinidad because we're too lazy to do our work. And I am that minister who's willing to spend the extra few weeks to work with my PS and to work with the experts in the ministry to make sure we do the right thing, because that is what we promised on the campaign. Madam President, when we talk about structure, we also talk about the former Ministry of Lands and making sure in the amalgamation of this ministry that we put things in place to protect the assets of the taxpayers of this country. And I want to talk today about 2 or maybe 3 land transactions that have been in the public domain, and I want to put on record what these transactions are about. The first land transaction is one I'm very familiar with because it had its life in Caroni Limited from where I came, and it had its life a long time ago, and this involves a company called SIS. So if I may summarize, Madam President, somewhere around 2001, SIS was granted by Caroni Limited a commercial lease, a lease for lands which were to be used by SIS for commercial purposes. From my own understanding, and having seen SIS put that land to use, this 30-acre parcel, it was used for stockpiling material, buildings were constructed on the land, and it was used for what I consider to be a complete industrial purpose. When I was in Caroni, I demanded that SIS pay the premium and the commercial rent that was due on those lands, and they resisted. And eventually, between 2001 and 2002, SIS paid the premium and the commercial rent for the land. Fast forward, Madam President, to 2014, when the Commissioner of State Lands writes to SIS and says, your rent is outstanding. You have $7.376 million outstanding without interest. And very soon after, that demand was made on 11th August 2014. And a few weeks after, on the 3rd of September 2014, the Commissioner of State Lands apologized to SIS, saying, I'm sorry, that land is agricultural land, and I'm out of place to ask you to pay commercial rates. And since then, SIS has been in the position where the government owes SIS, because having paid that $1 million back in 2001 to 2002, that covers the period they have been in occupation of that land, because it is regarded as agricultural land, and the taxpayers of this country have lost revenue on account of it. But let me tell you another one, Madam Speaker, and let me tell the country. There's a 75-acre parcel of land that became contentious, and it was in the media. And this transaction started in 2001, when SIS asked permission to occupy a parcel of land, and the government of the day agreed. They agreed. 75 acres of prime land made available to SIS at a grand sum of $11,250 a month, or $135,000 a year. 75 acres of prime land. To date, SIS continues, notwithstanding the fact that Town and Country Planning has said that that land is agricultural land that forms a buffer between the industrial estate and the residential area. SIS continues to occupy that land. But let me tell you this, Madam President, and let me tell the country. That land, the Commissioner of Valuations has put a valuation of $300 million on that land. Wow. At the current rental rate SIS is paid, Madam President, it will take 2,222 years for this country to earn the $300 million from SIS, for which that land has been valued by the Commissioner of State Lands. And to date, no one has stepped in, Madam President. In fact, SIS has been bold-faced enough to make an application to Town and Country to have that land approved. SIS has submitted a program to use that land for agricultural purposes. $300 million in land held to ransom by Super Industrial Services Limited. So when I talk about structure, in this first year, this ministry must be structured in a way that we can account to the taxpayers of the country for every square foot of land. We must structure the ministry in a way that no one person can hold the country's taxpayers to ransom. We must structure it in a way that the bribes that are being paid now for documents to be signed cannot take place. And that is a commitment, Madam President. In the first year, that's a commitment that I make to the country, that in dealing with structure, these things will not happen. Let me switch now to the second area, governance and good governance. And I speak in particular, not only governance of the ministry itself, Madam President, but the various state enterprises and agencies that fall under this ministry. and they include ADB, the Seafood Industry Development Company, Namdevco, EMBD, Caroni Green, Agricultural Society. Those are the agencies. I'll make one point that I've made to all these entities so far. Somewhere along in their history, and as boards rotate and management rotate, a number of these agencies under the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries forget the word development. ADB has forgotten Agricultural Development Bank, not to sit and wait for farmers to come for loans, but to go and develop the sector. The Seafood Industry Development Company has forgotten that their work is not to process fish. Their work is to develop on a holistic basis the broad framework for the seafood industry in Trinidad and Tobago to be sustainable and profitable, especially for those rural economies like Moruga, Mayaro, Toko that depend on it. Let me tell you something about ADB, Madam President, that really surprised me. In this budget debate in both houses, we've heard all sorts of stories, some of which I've heard before. But when I reached in the office of the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, I found this document. The Auditor General had sent it to the ministry since June 2015. There's a gold, how you call this? Seal on this document. It was not broken. Unbroken. And it read, Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the ADB for the year ended 30th September 2012. When I found this, I had already met with the management of the ADB, the senior management, and I myself asked them about contentious, controversial transactions that I knew went down in ADB. And then when I opened this, Madam Speaker, Madam President, I'm in the wrong house. I broke the seal. And this is what the Auditor General is saying. On 30th September 2012, loans totaling $9,906,384 had been disbursed for the following purposes. Agricultural Development Bank, Madam President. Construction of a two-story building with the company director's residence situated on the mezzanine floor.
Say that again.
Debt liquidation for a business involved in the distribution of products such as baby food and confectionery. Construction of accommodation which included a master bedroom, jacuzzi, walk-in closet, wraparound patio, recreation room, loft study, living room and dining room. And then finally, loans for the equipment purchase and infrastructure works for an outdoor dining facility for a sports bar and lounge.
Sports bar and lounge.
And as I said, when I met with the management, I asked them in particular about two transactions, one relating to a sports bar in Chaguanas and one relating to a hardware. So, Madam President, when I talk about governance, I talk about avoiding this situation and making entities like ADB accountable. Because when they lend money for jacuzzis and lofts and wraparound bar, they deprive the farmers and the fisher folk in my constituency of Mayaro. This money could have been spent on what we spoke about, what we've been speaking about, that ADB headquartered in Port of Spain, operating in San Fernando and Chaguanas, in Sangre Grande, is not reaching way out into the rural communities where farmers need financial support and business development support. And this will change when I talk about the second priority, about good governance. Madam President, Caroni Green, much talked about. I myself in my life as a columnist wrote on Caroni Green. There have been 4 audits, Madam President. This is the 4th, and it says final, but I am sure it's not the final one. This one covers the 6-month period, 1st January to June 30th, 2014, and it's just indicative, Madam President. This report talks about the expenditure of $4.387 million of taxpayers' money on an initiative that was supposed to produce food and assist farmers financially. $4.387 million spent, from which the farmers' share was $291,000. In fact, security, vehicles, and public relations got more out of this project than the farmers themselves got out of the project. Let me tell you, Madam President, why didn't the farmers get their share? Shaq's Roti Shop, Subway, Charmin's Roti Shop, KFC, because those involved in Caroni Green spent their time buying and eating while the farmers suffered on the outside. And this is just one audit, one of 4 audits, and they all sing the same story. They all say the same thing. And at the end of Caroni Green, this was when it was called Caroni Green Initiative. And the past government rewarded that initiative by creating a special purpose company called Caroni Green Limited, and took the problem from Caroni Green Initiative and put it in Caroni Green Limited, where they continued along their merry way, burning through taxpayers' money without accountability. At the end of it, Ernst & Young, the auditors, have said to this country that $1.7 million in cash cannot be accounted for. And this, Madam President, will go to the Office of the Attorney General, because somebody has to answer to the taxpayers of this country. I will tell you, Madam President, under this issue of good governance, I will issue to every board and agency under my watch a letter of expectations, where I outline in accordance with the state sector monitoring manual my expectations as minister. I'm not going to leave them on their own. And that letter will set out what I expect, what the manual expects of them, how they're going to be reporting, how they're going to be accountable, and how their performance is going to be measured in accordance with the law. Because I'm not leaving state enterprises and agencies within this ministry to do what they have historically done. Let me get now, Madam President, to the third area. And that third area deals with people. And the Prime Minister had already announced the move of the ministry from St. Clair to Chaguanas. Today I could say to those employees in the ministry, Madam President, that on the 1st of January 2016, New Year's Day, they will be in their new home. Again, Madam President, I have taken on the responsibility personally of making sure that this decision of the government does not slip. That nobody causes us to stay in St. Clair until Carnival is over because we buy the Savannah. On the 1st of January, we will be down in Chaguanas. And that is just the first move, Madam President, but let me outline the importance of that move. In my own time working in this country, I found that I spent too much time on the road, too much time in traffic, too much time away from my children when they were growing up to get into Port of Spain. And it is wrong, Madam President, that somebody living in Faizabad must make their way straight up to Port of Spain to work and back home through the traffic when this ministry has operations in southwest Trinidad. I met a lady working in the lands department in San Fernando, our regional office in San Fernando. And I asked her, because I could not help but notice she was pregnant. I asked her, where do you live? And she said, El Socorro. And I said, do you know that this ministry lands is within walking distance of your home? So the move to Chaguanas is not just to be in a new building. The move to Chaguanas is to make life easier for those employees of the ministry who make that long commute. But that is just the first move. The second part of the move is that some employees would need to go in some of the outlying offices. Those offices would need to be expanded. And I give you a classic example of how the system does not work. At that office in San Fernando, fisheries permits are issued. When I spoke to the fisheries officer at that office, I was told that fishermen must come from Mayaro to San Fernando in Coquille to get their permits. And fishermen in Icacos must come to San Fernando to get their permits. And the fisheries officer must come from Sangre Grande to issue the permit. So the fisheries officer drives past all the fisher folk on the East Coast to come to San Fernando in Coquille to issue a permit. I went to Mayaro, my constituency, on the weekend, and I went back for the 5th or 6th time in the last 5 weeks to that Ottawa fishing facility and found there were offices unoccupied since that facility was built. I know for a fact that a fisheries officer under this ministry can occupy an office in that building and issue fisheries permits for Mayaro. And when we talk about decentralization and taking employees off the road, that's the second part of it, of putting the employees of this ministry close to where they live and close to where the farmers require their services so that they will be taken off the road and the farmers will spend less time on the road and this ministry will become more efficient. So that is the third element of it, Madam President, on the issue of people. And why have we taken this approach, Madam President? The fact is, it does not matter how many billions the Minister of Finance has allocated. If the system is broken and inefficient, if the employees are unmotivated and have difficulties working because of the long hours to get to and get from, the farmers of this country, it does not matter how many concessions and how much incentives we give to them, the farmers of this country will not be serviced. And as candidate Clarence and as minister, I've gone far and wide and I've listened and I understand that farmers say to me they do not feel supported. And this is after several years of several billions being spent on this particular ministry. My commitment to this country, in this first year, this ministry will focus on the structure that is disciplined and organized to service the needs of our farmers and fisherfolk. This ministry will focus on governance to bring discipline, accountability, and to ensure that those state enterprise and agencies do not take us along the road that the Auditor General says that ADB took this country. And this ministry will focus on people, knowing that many of our employees come from rural areas where they could stay and work in service of farmers and fisherfolk. We'll focus on those 3 priority areas in this ministry, because as I said at the beginning, it does not matter how much money we get, it matters how we spend it. I thank you.
Let me congratulate Minister Rambharat on his maiden contribution, and I now invite the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to address this honorable House. Madam President, permit me to say thanks to the Almighty God, whom I know for sure favored me with this open door through the certainty and confidence that the Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has vested in me. Furthermore, allow me to additionally pay tribute to the People's National Movement, my family, my friends, and well-wishers for the constant support as I embark on this new journey. It is without hesitation and humility, Madam President, that I accept this appointment to serve as a government senator in the 11th Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I am reminded and guided by the famous quote of the former American President John F. Kennedy. And it reads, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." It is my intention, Madam President, to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago with distinction and class, as I seek to play my part in making my beloved country a better place. Let me congratulate you, Madam President, on your elevation as President of the Senate, and I know for sure that all standards will be upheld as you preside. I would like to further congratulate all appointed senators, especially the young, vibrant faces and voices like myself, who I can assure you, Madam President, are eager to make salutary contributions to the decision-making in this country. I look forward to working with all honorable senators as we deliberate on various pieces of legislation in the best interest of this blessed country. Madam President, I am extremely pleased that all senators in government, opposition, and on the independent bench have thus far cooperated in a debate which stands singularly apart from some of the expressions I would have heard in the lower house. My intent is not to be disparaging in any way, but I believe we should all ascribe to a higher level of political discourse, and for this, I certainly congratulate every senator. Madam President, it gives me great pleasure to join in this debate on the Appropriation Bill Financial Year 2015-2016 and to make my maiden contribution to the national community and this August Senate on the examination of the budget for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, the budget revelations thus far have been quite shocking and disheartening. I have listened to the contribution of every member of the lower house, ministers, members of parliament, and as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President, I was left in awe. Madam President, the billions that were lost, we cannot recover. The nepotism, the cronyism, the corruption, we cannot undo. But Madam President, there is an outcry from the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago for justice and for persons to be held accountable. And it is at this juncture, I would like to salute the Honorable Minister of Finance, who has carefully informed us of the devastation left to this country by the previous administration, and for the solid delivery of what I would describe a sound and prudent budget, Madam President. As citizens, we were forced into reality, but our minister chose fact over fiction, truth over lies, and economics over politics in the presentation of this budget statement. Madam President, this is one of the few times I have seen a budget almost nationally praised. In preparation for this debate, I asked a few persons to share with me their reaction to this budget. And Madam President, one young Trinidad and Tobago citizen who is currently abroad completing studies, she said to me, "This budget is very citizen-focused. Many of us felt isolated and left in the dark when it came to our well-being and funds." Madam President, every man on the street is now showing astounding interest in national affairs, and this sends a strong signal. Madam President, before I get into the substance of my contribution, I would like to respond to Senator Ameen's claims that the People's National Movement, or the minister in his budget, didn't mention anything about gender affairs or gender inequality. With your authority, Madam President, let me direct Senator Ameen to page 69 of the PNM's 2015 manifesto, which, by the way, is now policy. Let me direct you to the manifesto, which is policy. The 2009 draft National Policy on Gender and Development formulated by the PNM will be used as the basis for incorporating gender perspectives in all activities of government and civil society, thereby promoting the full and equal participation of men and women in the development process. The status of women in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President, compares favorably with many middle-income developing nations. The equal rights of men and women are guaranteed under the 1976 Republican Constitution, and the PNM has always been and remains committed to promoting gender equity and equality. So, Senator, this is now PNM policy, which means there's no need for a repetition in the budget statement. Madam President, whilst I recognize the importance of this fiscal package to the well-being of all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, permit me, Madam President, to focus my contribution on the impact of this budget for us, the persons residing in Tobago. I am delighted, Madam President, to bring the Tobago perspective to this honorable Senate, as too often Tobago tends to be lost in debate and national issues. Madam President, I am particularly pleased with the opportunities and hope that this budget provides for the people of Tobago, and the budgetary allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly can only be described as fair and reasonable. You see, Madam President, we in Tobago are not unreasonable people, and we are not oblivious to the current economic situation, Madam President. Given what is happening in international energy markets and given the corruption, waste and mismanagement of the former administration, we really thank the Minister of Finance for responding to the island's needs, and we are heartened with the increase. For fiscal 2016, Madam President, the total budgetary allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly is $2.772 billion, a 5.9% increase over the $2.609 billion allocated to the Assembly in fiscal 2015. Of the overall allocation, Madam President, $2.345 billion is provisioned for recurrent expenditure. $4.4 million is allocated to capital expenditure. In total, the Assembly is allocated just about 4.4%, Madam President, of the national budget. Madam President, this represents a significant departure from the traditional practice of allocating to the Assembly the barest minimum of 4.03% that has been customary since the ruling of the Dispute Resolution Commission in 2001. I am delighted at the expressed interest of the Minister of Finance, Madam President, to allocate funds to the Assembly based on Tobago's developmental needs and not some slavish adherence to a mathematical formula as prescribed by the DRC. It should be noted, Madam President, other than the spike to 4.07% in fiscal 2013 presentation, which of course was prior to the THA elections, this is the first time in the past 5 years that Tobago has received a larger percentage of the national pie. Let me mention here, Madam President, that over the last 5 years, there was a late receipt of allocations from the central government. Transfers were oftentimes very tardy, and this caused serious implications to the Tobago House of Assembly. This has resulted in delays in the Assembly meeting some of its commitments, including payment of salaries and arrears to public officers. The THA, Madam President, in many cases had to use an overdraft facility that caused them millions of dollars that could have been used for additional development, Madam President. I could recall, Madam President, that in the lead up to the 2013 general election, the second tranche releases to the Assembly that were due in early January were only released after the Tobago House of Assembly, which was in a bid to starve the Assembly for funds at that critical time. The central government has given Tobago, Madam President, its commitment that they will review and revise the process and mechanism for providing budgetary resources to the Assembly with a view to reducing delays in the receipt of transfers by the Assembly to give greater flexibility over expenditure and to allocate resources with a greater sensitivity to Tobago's development needs. Madam President, beyond the direct budgetary allocation to the Assembly, there is an allocation of $1.3 billion to central government ministries and state agencies operating in Tobago, an increase of 5.5% over the 2015 allocation to facilitate expenditure in Tobago by these entities. Madam President, what is particularly heartening with this allocation is that when it comes to examining the composition, significant chunks, Madam President, goes to improving the security architecture in Tobago. Madam President, ensuring Tobago's security is important. This is because of the peace and serenity that we are accustomed to, which represents our quality of lives as Tobagonians. We also anticipate that with more sensitivity to Tobago's security, there is an expectation that there will be a rigorous operation and organization of the specialized Tobago security plan. This, of course, Madam President, will increase the level of comfort that we are going to have as Tobagonians, as Tobago is vulnerable. Madam President, I will just read from the development program objectives. Ministry of National Security, upgrade of Coast Guard facilities in Tobago. We have the upgrade of the regiment facilities in Tobago, upgrade of facility in Tobago for the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Reserves, and of course, Madam President, construction of the long-awaited Old Grange and Roxborough police stations, Madam President. Madam President, the Roxborough police station has been functioning out of the nurses' hostel. And the police officers are demanding, and they deserve, a place to call their home. And we are happy, Madam President, that the Minister of Finance in his budget statement guaranteed that the construction of these police stations are finally going to be underway. Madam President, there are other programs geared towards improving water security in Tobago. This for Tobago is very important, as earlier this year we faced a major drought and there were significant challenges with the Water and Sewage Authority, and most times distributions of water was rationed to as low as 3 hours per day in the wee hours of the morning. Madam President, I remember my mom being up at some of the most ungodly hours in the morning in order to get the water supply that came through the taps for washing and storage of water, etc. Some of my neighbors, Madam President, had to resort to the olden days of getting water on their head, carrying it from one place to the next, to ensure that they have quantity water for the upcoming weeks, Madam President. There is an assurance that the current challenges being experienced with respect to the reliability of water will be addressed. And I really praise this administration, as provisions will be finally made for the Water and Sewage Authority to initiate the silting of the Hillsborough Dam in Tobago. Madam President, the allocation of the Assembly strongly supports and is in line with the strategic priority areas identified in the Comprehensive Economic Development Plan for Tobago 2013 to 2017. I will illustrate by making a closer examination of the allocations to the Assembly in some of the critical areas. Before I get into that, Madam President, I want you to allow me to say thanks to the previous administration of 2007 to 2010 for the investment in ensuring Tobago's economy was diversified. That investment today, Madam President, has made the Cove Industrial Estate a reality. Madam President, $1 billion was invested in a natural gas pipeline that runs through Cove. $100 million was invested in a 64 megawatt electricity plant, which is dual powered. It originally used diesel, Madam President, but has recently started using natural gas. This has gotten us closer to our mantra in Tobago of clean, green, safe, and serene. And there are now more opportunities for affordable energy. Madam President, previously, rich companies would have expressed interest in setting up industries in Cove, but they had concerns about the lack of an industrial port. Our finance minister, Madam President, gave us the assurance in his budget statement that a new port will be built at Cove. This will ensure that in Tobago, Cove Industrial Estate becomes a viable location for conducting and attracting business. Critical to our overall diversification efforts is the development of the tourism sector, with particular emphasis to Tobago. The tourism sector, Madam President, which was negatively affected by the global financial crisis, is now showing signs of recovery. Madam President, the current condition of the airport terminal in Crown Point continues to present a significant challenge for domestic and international passengers, which has made our island less competitive than its Caribbean neighbors, most of whom have recently upgraded their airport facilities. We have the Grantley International Airport in Barbados, the Sangster Airport in Jamaica, amongst others. General prospects and support have been named in the budget for the tourism sector in Tobago, and this includes modernization of the ANR International Airport with the construction of a new terminal. Air and sea transport system will be rationalized to facilitate greater alignment between demand and supply. Madam President, the efficiency and reliability of air and sea travel is important to encourage domestic tourism. We don't only need to ensure our air and sea bridge are functioning effectively for international purposes, Madam President, but this is important for inter-island travel as well. We in Tobago, we are competing with the rest of the world, Madam President, for goods and services coming out of Trinidad. So there must be improved predictability in order for us in Tobago to access the Trinidad market. Madam President, some of my friends have expressed that some of the reasons that they don't come to Tobago is the unpredictability of the air and the sea bridge. In Tobago, Madam President, we tend to lose out on a lot of business and business prospects because persons are not sure if they come to Tobago, they would be able to return home when they are ready, Madam President. Madam President, we don't expect that these things are easy to resolve. We don't expect that. However, we can no longer complain about not having representation on state boards. There are representatives from the THA on various state boards, Madam President, including the Airport Authority, the Port Authority, amongst others, all of which are integral to Tobago's effective functioning, and there is a Tobago voice to advance the needs and recommendations of the Tobago House of Assembly. Madam President, the appointment of the Member of Parliament for Tobago West as Minister of Tourism is further evidence that this administration is serious about the commitment to the tourism sector in Tobago. Madam President, there is increased funding to facilitate the tourism rolling plan. The allocation to the tourism sector in the development program estimates of the Assembly increased by 69% from 50.5 million in 2015 to 26.2 million in 2016. Madam President, the allocation to the Assembly also supports the development and resilience of the social sector in Tobago. For instance, as it pertains to housing, provision is made to accelerate the housing program of the Assembly that was severely affected by the lack of budgetary support from the central government over the last 5 years. In this regard, the allocation to housing, In this regard, Madam President, the allocation to housing will certainly go a long way in allowing the Assembly to respond to the needs of the over 7,500 applicants who are awaiting public housing in Tobago. It will address the chronic mismatch that exists between the demand and supply for public housing in Tobago. As it pertains to health and safety support network, the budget caters for the expansion of health services, improvement in health infrastructure, and the expansion of social safety net programs in Tobago to protect vulnerable groups. Among the social safety net programs, Madam President, allocations for the Roxborough Health Centre for use as a district health facility and renovation of over 17 health centres, provision of dental equipment to Charlottesville and Canaan Health Centres, and the purchase of a mobile dental unit. Madam President, provision is also made in the budget to improve and upgrade the physical infrastructure in Tobago. In this regard, upgrade and expansion of the existing road infrastructure and the construction of new roads such as the Mount St. George Castara Road and the extension of Storbay Local Road to Shervan will be undertaken. Clearly, Madam President, the budgetary allocations to the Assembly treats comprehensively to some of the strategic priority areas as identified by the Assembly in the Comprehensive Development Plan for Tobago. Again, I wish to congratulate the Minister of Finance for his sensitivity to the needs of Tobago. Madam President, the benefits for Tobago from the budget extends beyond the direct and indirect budgetary allocations. In this regard, the incentives for farmers and fishermen will be particularly beneficial. Indeed, the proposal announced by the Minister of Finance to exempt duties and taxes from inputs into the agricultural sector, like approved chemicals, approved vehicles, and approved fishing vessels and equipment, will significantly benefit residents throughout Tobago. Madam President, many of whom earn their livelihood from the agricultural and the fishing sector. Madam President, I reside on the eastern end of Tobago, which is commonly known as the countryside, where farming and fishing plays an important role in the livelihood of villagers. Therefore, I know for sure that these concessions will go a long way in boosting farming and agricultural activities in Tobago. Madam President, these fishermen and farmers, they are encouraged by this initiative, and they are now more poised to continue with their self-employment and entrepreneurial possibilities. Madam President, once again, let me thank the Minister of Finance on his decision to advise the central bank to revert to the old system of foreign currency management. The new arrangements managing foreign currency implemented by the central bank last year has been having adverse effects, not only on the business community in Tobago, but on private individuals. Madam President, since the system has changed, the Tobago business community encountered several challenges to secure foreign currency, to procure raw materials and supplies as well as services. Madam President, residents also experienced difficulties to source foreign currency to fund educational and medical expenses abroad. Even personal expenses, as all through the year, persons take vacation trips to these countries. We hope that with the revision of the old system of foreign currency management, the difficulties experienced to securing foreign currency will, of course, be significantly reduced. Madam President, I wish to underscore the disappointment expressed by my colleague in the lower house concerning the Green Fund. When I heard the Minister of Finance in his budget statement alluding to what has become of the Green Fund, I was dispirited, Madam President. Madam President, Tobagonians have been contributing to the Green Fund just like every other citizen through taxes. Yet over the last 5 years, no project from Tobago was approved for funding. Madam President, please permit me to provide a brief history of the Tobago experience with the Green Fund. This fund was established in 2011 This was a national program, and Tobago was supposed to be treated in an equitable fashion. Madam President, in 2011, a memorandum of understanding was signed and a suitable location for the office was identified. This office was outfitted with office furniture and furnishings. In November of 2012, the office was procured by the Ministry of Housing and the Environment, and the official Green Fund unit in Tobago was in operation. Tobagonians, Madam President, were excited at the prospects this offered as it relates to environmental sustainability and maintaining, again, the island's band as clean, green, safe, and serene. Madam President, many excellent projects from Tobago were submitted for consideration, yet none received funding. Let me mention that in 2010, Madam President, Tobago recorded a number of bushfires during the dry season, which compromised the forest and watersheds in Tobago. There was an urgent need to restore these watersheds. The Tobago House of Assembly was considered a viable organization to apply to this program. So the THA applied for the reforestation project. This project was written up and submitted to the Green Fund. Sadly, Madam President, that application was sidelined and placed into a bag of complications. The then Attorney General, Anand Ramlogan, said that all Green Fund applications from Tobago are sub judice. No other application from Tobago was accepted. And Madam President, this was not because the applications from the Tobago House of Assembly were substandard, as these proposals were consistent with the Green Fund regulation. And the rejection from that Green Fund program was a low blow to Tobago, Madam President. Our environment is our asset. We market to the outside world, and we thought that this program would have assisted us. Madam President, Tobago has the oldest protective rainforest, and preservation of the rainforest is critical. However, the dispute between the THA and the then central government has caused diminished management. There is a responsibility, Madam President, to protect the forest reserves from the national and Tobago standpoint. But in Tobago, it is even greater because of the rainforest. We would hope, Madam President, that fundamental responsibility goes back into the hand of the Tobago House of Assembly. Madam President, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief, just like other Tobagonians, that once again the issue of regularizing land titles in Tobago is now back on the national agenda. This has been in existence for a very long time, Madam President, and it is an issue affecting a significant number of Tobagonians. Before the former PNM administration left office in 2010, this issue was close to being resolved. However, over the last 5 years, under the UNC-led government, nothing significant happened to resolve this, except shameful attempts to politicize the issue whilst playing lip service. Madam President, I could recall again, prior to the 2013 THA election, in a hastily arranged function in Ravenels, Tobago, the then Minister of Tobago Development held a ceremony where she gave out about 5 deeds, to fool us into believing, Madam President, that this issue was close to being resolved. However, after the demise of the TOP and their PP friends in the 2013 THA election, nothing else was heard. And Madam President, this issue remains unresolved. In our manifesto in the just concluded general election, the people of Tobago were given a commitment to treat with the issue of land titles, and this we will do. So again, thank you, Minister of Finance. Madam President, I want to jump right into one more issue. As we continue to treat with resolving long-standing issues, I want to talk about the issue of internal self-government for Tobago. Madam President, it is a widely held view that the then constitutional and legislative arrangements between the central government and the Tobago House of Assembly has been a significant constraint to Tobago's development. Over the last few years, Madam President, there have been extensive consultations with the people of Tobago on the issue of self-governance, and there is a burning desire by the people of Tobago for self-determination. So now, Madam President, the question should not be what, but the question should be how. I am aware a Tobago position was submitted to the Cabinet months before the election, but of course, no response. However, with this new administration, we await a much better form of alliance. Madam President, internal self-governance for Tobago has already been approved as official PNM policy by the Tobago Council of the PNM, the General Council, and the National Convention. This process has started, and we know that now it has a very good chance of success. Madam President, in the run-up to the elections, all political parties and individuals approved this initiative, and I hope that my colleagues on the other side will come on board and respect the wishes of the people of Tobago for autonomy and not allow petty politics to hinder us. Over the next few months, Madam President, I look forward to the day, hopefully very soon, when this House will engage in debate on this issue. The time has come to take a mature, sensible approach. In closing, Madam President, I would like to applaud the Chief Secretary and the Tobago House of Assembly for their resilience, being able to stand up in the face of all atrocities, Madam President, over the last 5 years. Madam President, every morning I would put on my television and the Chief Secretary would be complaining about some issue or the other related to infringement on the THA from the then central government through, of course, the Ministry of Tobago Development. The Assembly, Madam President, had a very rocky relationship with the central government, and a lot more could have been achieved if we had a THA and central government working together instead of at odds with each other. So, Madam President, we look forward to all the prospects presented in this budget for everyone in Tobago and Trinidad and Tobago. More so, we are eager to once again experience a mutual, united and respected association with the central government as we move Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President, towards unprecedented heights of growth and development. Let's do this together. Madam President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Stewart, and congratulations on your maiden contribution. I think this is an appropriate time to take the tea break. But before we do this, let me just announce that all senators who are to receive iPads, that you can collect your iPad in the J. Hamilton Maurice room during the tea break. So we will break for tea, and we will return at 5 to 5. So this sitting is now suspended for tea.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Ramesh, like my husband and I, came from Bharat area, Sanwan area, and therefore we really all started from very humble beginnings. Nobody was really wealthy, and you had to fight your way up. Education-wise, you had to make sure you got your education, and he did that, and he found his way right up to very big positions, becoming a professor at the university, in the Senate, now as chairman of the Police Service Commission. And all of those positions he has excelled, and he has made great contributions to this country, even so that he was given an award last year, and I think he really deserved it.
With courage, tenacity, and strength of character, Ramesh Deosaran has distinguished himself as an independent thinker and people's advocate. Ramesh spent his early years in San Juan with his mother and younger brother. Although he attended modest schools, as a youngster he was conscientious and held the firm belief that education was a vital part of his development. Also very civic-minded, he devoted a lot of his time to involvement in youth groups. He later left his imprint on the Georgian Youth Group and Aranguez Progressive, among many others, and showed early signs as an advocate of the people.
We also got together and put pressure, if that's the word, as youth groups on the government to reduce the voting age from 21 to 18. So those accomplishments, the government really did it, reflected what we call today, and what I will look back and call the golden era of youth movement in this country.
Inspired by great leaders such as Abraham Lincoln and Mahatma Gandhi, Deosaran recalls how he overcame setbacks to continue his education after secondary school.
My next step appeared almost like a vision, because there was really no one around you to point you in an academic direction or to shape up an occupational career for you. My single mother was very diligent, and she tried to keep both my brother and myself alive and well by her own efforts, quite mysteriously. So whatever I thought of doing came as a vision that I knew, for example, that I had to go to university. I don't know how or when. So when this friend was going abroad to study, and that friend was going abroad to study, or that friend even going to UWI, I began to ask myself, well, why not myself? But I couldn't afford it, so I ended up working. I was actually a messenger in Port of Spain, Caribbean Engineering Company, where I bought a bicycle to go around town collecting and dropping mail or doing other messages. Then I sold in a store in Henry Street. Hadid is now Bradford. I sold cut cloth to sell, and something I never did before. But it shows you the willingness to work for a living.
Soon enough, he was back in school, but as a teacher.
So incrementally, as I started to teach, I was fortunate to get a teaching job. The idea of university became more and more compelling in my imagination, inspired as well, as I said, by what my friends were doing. So 2 years after leaving training college, I decided to make a jump for it. Of course, that took a lot of effort because there were a lot of restraining conditions in life, money and other things that I had to forego and make the jump. Canada with 360 Canadian dollars only in my pocket. I worked at a company called Domtar Limited, where you had to lift cement on your shoulders and dump it into a big funnel. And there was no time to eat and rest because the conveyor belt keep bringing these bags of cement at fixed periods, so you had to be brisk and carry the cement into the funnel. that was an example of how students from here who went abroad to study had to work for their education. And I worked part-time as well in a place called Clark Institute of Psychiatry in Toronto, and also the School Board of Education, and some part-time work at the University of Toronto.
Despite working part-time, studying and being in the midst of the burgeoning civil rights movement, Deosaran carefully shaped his academic program.
So I got interested in combining social psychology with criminology, and I began to use Freud, a psychiatric view of the human mind, to explain how people, even though they have in so much, they will still want more to commit white-collar crime. So I began to use psychology to understand the motivation for crime. So I combined those things in my program and courses, and then I came to Trinidad.
Returning to Trinidad in 1977, Dr. Ramesh Deosaran was readily accepted at the University of the West Indies as a professor.
I had just got the Prt2 in the specialization of social psychology and deviance, and I began to teach psychology, criminology. I established the Ansa McCall Psychological Research Center through private funding from Ansa McCall. Then I developed the BSc in psychology for the university. So I did use my training not only to teach, but to develop the university. And I established through the Center for Criminology and Criminal Justice and developed the graduate program in criminology there.
After spending over 20 years at UE St. Augustine, Professor Deosaran joined the University of Trinidad and Tobago, where he also left an indelible mark.
So I established the Institute for Public Safety and Criminology at UTT, and also developed the certificate, diploma, and BSc in public safety, which is a more applied approach to dealing with crime and building public policy.
Known internationally for his research, policy work, and publications in crime and justice, institutional strengthening, and education, Professor Deosaran is author of over 100 scholarly papers and 14 books. Despite his intense involvement in academia, Deosaran's passion as an advocate of the people never waned.
There's almost an inevitability in getting involved in politics in the broad sense, because when you see what people needed in the community, when you taught children and you think about, well, a career for them, when you go to university and you see what outside life is like, how societies can be built by proper politics, you come back and realize that politics is this key agent for change.
In 1981, Professor Deosaran joined the newly formed Organization for National Reconstruction.
So I contested the elections in Barataria, and I came second. And in politics, there's nothing called second, I contested against Kamaluddin Mohammed, who in those days, everybody knew was difficult to beat because the PNM was well entrenched in different ways, and provided employment and the crash program and so on. So you couldn't break through those things, but what we did through the Organization of National Reconstruction in those days was to break the backbone of the People's National Movement and leave it open for the NAR to come afterwards and capture the goodwill and the contributions we had made in 1981.
He soon realized that he would better serve as a key agent for change outside the political arena.
I quickly realized that my nature, my inclination is not for partisan party politics, and for different reasons, very measurable reasons. So I withdrew from party politics quickly, and I found better shelter and reward in my academic work, research, writing, producing books, and also making commentaries in public quite independently.
Apart from his invaluable contribution to academia, Professor Deosaran also developed a diverse public service record. He has served on several service commissions and made a significant impact as an independent senator for some 15 years.
When I entered Parliament as an independent senator in 1986, up to the end of 1991, I moved several motions. I moved a motion to examine the common entrance results and to see where the defects are in terms of social class deficits, gender deficits, and ethnic deficits. That is to create a more equitable system of output. And that was done, and it also led to the establishment of the Center for Ethnic Studies, which eventually undertook that study. I also moved a motion to re-examine the death penalty and create a clear-cut policy. That too was accepted in Parliament through private motion.
In the Senate, he chaired several joint select committees, debated a wide range of bills, and moved several noteworthy motions.
I took an active part in moving private motions, which
and it had about 15 recommendations in the report. And it was reported in The Guardian, the 23rd November 2013, that due to budgetary constraints, the recommendations could not have been implemented. And I would like to just say we have these studies done, completed, and in place. If the recommendations are applicable, I would hope that the ministry would be reviewing these and looking at them, because we want to make sure the convicted are reformed and then they can learn a skill. Because you teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. I would like to speak on sports. Sports, as the budget statement states, we aim to be a world-class sporting nation. I would like to be advised on the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, which costed the country about $1.097 billion. And other than corrosion, I would like to know what is the status and the future of this project. As I noted in the State Enterprise Investment Program, there was no funds allocated to this project at this time. I'd like to move to education. I am a proud product of the education system of Trinidad and Tobago.
She's a success of it.
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm a successful product. Yes. Great. So, parents want a better life for their children. I know parents who leave 6 in the morning only to return at 6 p.m. And they have no accountability for their child because they're not there to send them to school, they're not there to receive them. We might be some of that because we're sitting here 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the evening. So I would like to say that balancing family life and demanding jobs can be very difficult. And we need to have things in place with the employers, that they need to have something like flexible time to allow persons to get the privilege to drop their children or spend time with them at those times, because we say that the parents are not there, so the children, they don't know what's going on with their children. So every successful student, firstly thanks God, and then their support system, their parents. So parents need to invest in their children. Hence, parents need to be prepared for parenthood. So not every parent is prepared for parenthood. So there needs to be more mandatory programs, counseling, advice centers to help one balance a job, family, finding a safe babysitter, and a trustworthy transportation system. And we really need to have support systems as people who did this before, people who are going through it, because dealing with a new family is very difficult if you're doing it by yourself. So they really need we as a people need to understand that our culture is what defines us and not our legislation. And that brings me to the point of single parents and the other parent who is not supporting the child. 12% of the persons in the 2011 survey were in prison because of maintenance arrears. This is not helping anyone. going to jail and doing the time, but then the state is still paying to take care of your child. So men and women need to take responsibility, and the state needs to claim back the money spent to take care of their children by seizing their assets to repay the state. And I know we have things like if they have a fixed income, we take away. But I'm talking about for those who don't have steady incomes. We need to make sure they take their responsibility. So if we have passports to be issued, a red flag comes up. If you're renewing your license, a red flag comes up. If you're going to purchase a new vehicle, a red flag comes up. And if you just can't, none of that works, it seize the NIS contributions. So they need to take responsibility. I would like to now talk about something very much debated in this Honorable House so far, and it is reference to page 35 of the budget statement, which speaks about GATE. GATE program expenses is given to those most in need of it. I'm not fully in support of this statement, as my first year of my mechanical engineering degree, there was no GATE. And my parents are not classed in the low-income bracket, so they had to pay for me to go full tuition, as well as, well, I am from South, so I had to rent because it was not feasible to reach there at 10 a.m. and travel home at 8 p.m. So with the cost of rent, which was about, in my time, was about $2,200, I think it's climbing now, which is $26,400 a year, plus a full tuition for any parent, it is difficult to afford. So especially if you have more than one child is living off a university degree. So I would like to propose this. All universities have rated on a grade point average system, right? And most organizations request or require you to have a 3.0 GPA or above. And what I'm saying, if you are above 2.5 GPA, then your tuition should be free. You should have it covered by GATE. If it's between 2.0 and 2.5 GPA, I would suggest that they pay half of their tuition. If they are unable to maintain a 2.0 GPA, they will be removed from the GATE program and they will have to pay their full tuition.
Good point. Good, excellent.
And this is similar to the scholarship program.
Yeah.
Now, different institutes or different tertiary education institutes have different ratings for the different programs. So this will definitely have to be varied according to the program that you're pursuing. But it's basically rated on your GPA or your output as a student. So it's very similar to the scholarship program. If you're unable to maintain your B+ average, you're removed from the scholarship program. So if you don't want to study, it's not at the expense of the state. So this brings me to a very important point. Every child and every person is created differently. And for that, we should be rewarded for such, because we have different merits. So we have scholarships for many different disciplines. So I believe that Tobago should have an athletics scholarship for undergraduate programs other than physical education. If we want to promote sports, this is one of the ways that we can ensure our future scholars. So if they have management and they want to pursue business, they should be allowed to based on their athletic capabilities. If they meet the entry-level requirements, they should be given a chance to be considered. I'd like to speak now about the graduate training program. I'm very supportive of the initiative for 500 graduate trainees to be placed in the different ministries. That's excellent. And I could say this because I once was a graduate trainee, and graduate trainees need to work on projects that add value to the organizations. Not photocopy and not make tea. All right, so when you exit school, you're full of eagerness, you're ready to learn, you're ready to work, you're ready to be entered into the world of work. You should not be met with blank stares and job insecurity issues. So hence, a graduate training program needs to be set up, and the person setting the plan needs to set milestones or set targets on which the graduate trainee will be reporting on a timely basis.
If the intention is to fill the gaps within the organization with this graduate trainee, this needs to be outlined before. And this person should not be robbed of the specially tailored program they are supposed to go through with. So if you're exiting to push routine work, this needs to be outlined before, because every graduate trainee tends to have a different experience based on your supervisor. Now, I did my graduate training at a state organization, and it had both good and negatives. Unfortunately, I tried to prevent the negatives, but there's certain things that just cannot be dealt with, and maybe we need to, when you're planning it, you need to take it into consideration. Because one instance I had was a graduate trainee. I was assigned work from my supervisor who went on leave, and a senior engineer took over. The senior engineer decided that they would review the work. When they reviewed the work now, after a week, no feedback, the name or the author of the document automatically changed. And my name was no longer there, but it was a senior supervisor. I mean, senior engineer, sorry. The company at that time had nothing to deal with this scenario because, I mean, it's dishonesty, it's loyalty.
It is intellectual
property
theft.
It is also a breaking of code of ethics of engineers as well. And being a graduate trainee, it was very surprising to meet this in the world of work. And our culture is like, well, this is not the first time. And I find that is poor. This should be the first and the last. So, unfortunately, the organization the state organization, values your years of service and not your merit. So unfortunately, this person is still there and now a leader in the organization. So I don't know what can be placed, because if you're going into the ministries, I would hope that it will have something to protect these young minds, because you don't want that to be a repeat in the cycle. I would like to speak about the student performance in the SCA 2015. And this is part of the social sector investment booklet as well. And it said that 10% of the students scored below 50% in the SCA exam 2015. And this, I must say, is very difficult because, as Senator Ameen has pointed out, education is your most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And this is a quote from Nelson Mandela. And I looked at some past information, and in 1995, UE did a survey which showed that 22 out of the 23% of persons, or 1 out of 4 persons in Trinidad and Tobago, are unable to cope with everyday reading and writing. So schools need to do an assessment to identify students that are struggling, because we promise a school for all. Nobody fails the SCA. We don't want to have a major gap in the system where these children are left behind and they are forced to create havoc in the classroom. And we want to identify these children and their parents, because if the parents also do have a problem with reading and writing, they should be suggested to the ALTA programs and make this available, because everybody has the right to education. Everybody should be able to read and write. I'd like to now touch on the benefits of the laptops program for each student in schools. I'd like to know if any information, or if it was ever reviewed or analyzed to determine the impact of these laptops on the education system. If so, I'm very much would like that information. Also, with the internet in schools, which is being promised in this budget statement, does this allow for online education and no teachers in the classroom? Does it mean that I can be on my smartphone during classroom time? Does it mean that I'm going to do research while the teacher is teaching? Is the broadband going to be blocked only in the library area, or is it going to be open? Is it that the school is going to be open for longer hours so children can use the internet with no supervision? And these are things that I would like to get some more information on in relation to the internet in the schools. A typical school day is about 8 hours, and most schools have about 1 hour lunch. I would like to suggest that during this 1 hour lunch that schools look at having extracurricular activities for their students like chess club, singing, dancing, music club. And this will encourage a kind of unity and a commonality with the students and can reduce bullying because you'll have a group system and a unity system and children wouldn't be left out, but they will have something to run to, a kind of closing the gap within the school system. So this brings me to the point on dealing with social media bullying. And this is a big issue that no one quite understands how we got here. It started, and the thing is, it doesn't only exist with children. It exists with adults. Because we see that comments are posted online with disregard of other person's feelings or behavior is just difficult. And we should not have to make laws for how we treat another human being. But apparently it is no longer clear to be your brother's keeper and the power of words. So in this parliament, we would need to address freedom of speech and infringement of human rights. And they even post these fight scenes with children in uniforms. In my time, which is not so long ago, that was unheard of. If we were on High Street, the store owners would call the school and you would be reported and you would be dealt with. So I don't understand how we have reached this far. Now, I must say that I have some friends who are teachers and they speak on the difficulty in disciplining children today in the school system. And I must say I understood it when I heard, because it's not very easy to discipline a student with weapons. Right? So in 2013, an Engaging Youth at Risk executive report of the Committee on Young Males and Crime in Trinidad and Tobago had about 17 recommendations to deal with persons, because I think since 2009, the Parliament have been looking at students on weapons in the school and how to deal with it. And some of the recommendations were really good. Curriculum should match the ability levels of learners, include learners with special needs that have been mainstreamed into other systems. Also, we need to have like remediation programs, mentorship, teachers, student council, service learning, guidance counselors. I think some schools have guidance counselors, but they must be trained to deal with the complex factors that affect the youth and the oppressed communities. Now, every teacher knows their best students, so they should be easy to identify the students that need the extra help. And I mean, other than lessons, they need to be that added attention. And I do not support suspending children. I believe in saving the time for the issue that happened. So, for example, you can be assigned to cleaning your school desk or painting it or cleaning the schoolyard. And this seeks to ensure that children understand the fulfillment of an honest day work and adapt discipline and honor in trying your best. Because parents, they need to take responsibility for their children, but now parents need to understand the role of parenthood in order to be good at it. I would like to talk briefly on housing, and I would just like to put a little note. How do we know the integrity of our public buildings in Trinidad and Tobago? Do we have an integrity register? If we tend to be a reactive society, I would like for us to be a very preventative one. So instead of only hearing of the 17 out of the 19 landslips fixed, I would like to hear of the life expectation of the bridge on the Mosquito Creek. I would like to hear of the lifespan of the San Fernando flyover, or I would like to know how long, again, my public library can stand. I knowing this information formulates an effective budget and allows proper planning and prevents closure of historical buildings. Safety is our #1 priority, and crime is not our only threat. Natural disasters such as flooding play a key role. Now, initiatives such as beach cleanups are great, but remember I spoke about national pride and patriotism. If you're patriotic citizens, you should not be littering. And when persons are found littering, they should have to do community service where they have to clean the beaches, the rivers, and the drains. And I'm sure they will learn the lesson that they will not forget. So they should not only have the penalty of payments. And this should really be, this will assist in social transformation, and it should be made law. I would like to touch briefly on the surveillance on page 67 of the budget statement. Persons are encouraged to install the CCTV surveillance system, and this needs to be supported by legislation, because if a person is videoed carrying out a crime, would that mean automatic conviction or just evidence? Or would the person be on bail and the innocent victim is now threatened? So we need to find out exactly what part of it. I'd like to speak about public transportation. And this, I must say, commendable work to the water taxi and the coach service. This is exemplary service providers, and all public servants should go through the same training that these persons have gone through. Because public transportation has been an issue with our country, and as we achieve to improve, we should go forward with that. Food. I support the statement, we are what we eat, and cleaner eating is needed. In the schools, the children's snacks contain about 34 grams of sugar, and juices contain about 40 grams of sugar. This does not only lead to obesity and diabetes. So the Ministry of Agriculture, was glad to hear, about the initiatives with the local farmers. And I really think that we really need to encourage our local farmers and find markets for the demand and supply if we're asking them to improve and do more in the agricultural system. So utilizing local contracts with our local farmers for fruit salads and the school meals is excellent. I'd like to speak about pension. After 30 years of service and you're paying your income tax, you have to pay taxes on your pension. And I would like for this policy to just please be reviewed. In terms of renewable energy, I'm very supportive of the project that was outlined for the supply and installation of the solar lighting on the Labrie Industrial Estate. It's costing $10 million, and I'm very, very supportive of this project. Solar energy is one of our must-have in this country. Yes, because of our gas, it is something that we don't tend to want to go that way because of costs. But for office buildings, our schools, our hotels, where lights are on all the time, this is the way to go. In terms of street lights, though, it's very good for remote areas where you can't get trenching. It's good for that area. In terms for the street lights, though, because it's only 2% of our electricity bill, we may not want to look at it throughout Trinidad and Tobago, but it's definitely a futuristic thinking, and I'm very supportive of this. I'd like to just touch on infrastructure as my last point. And I'd like to say that highways, access routes are great for creating up jobs, schools, and it creates business opportunities and development for many societies. However, feasibility studies need to be conducted to determine the impact of the additional projects to the country's economy. And this is very, very, very important for us to have.
Senator, I'd just like to inform you at this point in time you have 5 minutes left in your speaking time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With that, I must say to the Ministry of Finance and their team, the documents were very well prepared. It was a lot of information to read because I read all the books. I tried my best, and it was a lot, and I must say it was very well written, it was real easy to read, it was very good. So the team did an excellent job. And I do look forward to a better tomorrow, a brighter tomorrow. And I must say that in closing, I do think there's no better honor than serving your country on your birthday. So I am very honored to be making my maiden contribution on my birthday. I do thank God for that opportunity, and I do thank my family for supporting me and who came to support my maiden contribution. So I look forward to this 11th sitting, and I do look forward to working with each and every one of you. So thank you, and God bless you.
Senator, thank you very much, and I would like to take this opportunity to not only congratulate you on your maiden speech, but I think I speak for everyone when I say happy birthday.
Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, it is with a sense of pride and gratitude to the Almighty, the political party to which I represent, and the Honorable Prime Minister, that I stand today to make my first contribution to this Honorable House. As a young person, I am fully mindful of my responsibilities as a member of this Honorable House, and I intend to fulfill these responsibilities to the best of my ability. My first comment with respect to the Budget Statement 2016 is that the substance of the budget adequately reflected the theme of the budget, that is, restoring confidence and rebuilding trust. Let's do this together. Mr. Vice President, whether we believe it or not, whether we accept it or not, whether we like it or not, we are all on the same train, headed in the same direction towards the same destiny. Some of the passengers on board may discern their responsibility and say, doing it together does not include me. But I say to them today, if you cannot find it within yourself to be patriotic to your country and yourself, at least be patriotic to your children and the generation of tomorrow. This is not our country or our world. It is the country and the world of our children, for they have entrusted us as their caretakers. Let us not disappoint them. Let us all join in the clean up and healing campaign. Let us all join in rebuilding our country and making it a better place for our children to live. Oil prices may have fallen, but that does not mean that we should also fall as a nation. This is a time to show our resilience, our strength, our uniqueness, our ability to bond and fight as a nation, and our ability to be innovative in establishing solutions to our problems. We did it before, and we can do it again. Most of us sit here today because some majority has put their faith, trust, and confidence in us. Yes, they have entrusted us with their future and the future of their children. Let us not fail them. Whether we hold a seat on an opposition bench, a government bench, or the bench as an independent, our obligations, responsibilities, and commitment to our nation are the same. Let us honor and fulfill it. While I am at it, I will also like to inform those who might not have noticed that our leader, the Right and Honorable Prime Minister, is not targeting anyone in particular when he talks about corruption in this country. He is doing his job the country asked him to do, the job he has always done, and the job the people expect him to do. In this country, when you blow the whistle, there are elements that will go to all means to get you out of the way. They will deface your good name, stain your good character, take away your job, and attempt to tarnish your integrity in every way. However, none of this scared our leader. He kept on fighting and kept his eyes on his objective and purpose with strength and humility. He has displayed that he is not one to take sides when it comes to the business of the country. He never joined the dogfight or showed disrespect for the chair he fills today. Many make negative comments about his leadership and choices, but he is not one to fall to the critics. He makes his choices and he stands by them. Do you remember how many questioned the assignment of the Honorable Colm Imbert as Minister of Finance? Well, look at us today, because we are now seeing a man who has successfully stepped up to the plate with great strength, hard work, and service to the people. This is only one indication of the great choices made by our leader and his knowledge, understanding, and choices in people. People blame our good leader for the failures of others, with total disregard to the fact that this party has always honored and respected their democratic process and was always brave enough to make changes after failures and when necessary. We do not sit and become complacent behind failing leadership. We take action and give new blood a chance. This is why we follow a line of consecutive success. This is why we have the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley as our leader and Prime Minister today, and why this country will also see a change for the better, an end to corruption, and a display of great governance. Mr. Vice President, as you would recall, the last general election was held on September 7, 2015. This meant that the new government had just less than 1 month to prepare the annual budget. Given the time available to the new minister to prepare the annual budget, the Honorable Minister of Finance was able to effectively structure a balance between achieving some of the objectives set in the People's National Manifesto, Movement Manifesto, while setting a policy direction for the next 5 years, while at the same time being mindful of the imperatives of adjustment required as a result of the changes in the world economy. If only for this alone, the Honorable Minister must be commended. What is the environment which the Honorable Minister was faced with in framing the budget? A stagnant and ailing economy, a weakened domestic economy with significant decline in construction, distribution, and manufacturing, a decline in the oil and gas sector for 4 years in a row, and attendant lower government revenues from this source, without a recovery plan in terms of diversification or development of other forms of sustainable resources. Significant foreign exchange leakage and capital flight as a result of mismanagement of the foreign exchange market by the central bank. Balance of payment deficit. Significant and increasing fiscal and budget deficits for the entire period 2010 to 2015. Significant commitments made by the last government with respect to wages and salaries, back pay for workers in the public sector, for example, prison, police and fire services, Public Transport Service Corporation and Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago security workers. Last but not least, rampant over-expenditure, wastage, and corruption. It is against this background that the Honorable Minister has prepared that budget statement 2015. The budget has been predicated on a crude oil price of US $45 per barrel and a mix of gas price of US $2.75 per MMBTU Henry Hub and US $8 per MMBTU Indonesia. These prices are based on sound estimates of projected commodity prices. The revenue and expenditure projection of $41.6 million and $63.1 billion respectively is based on sound research and judgment guaranteed by the absence of corruption and bad spending. The accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers review of the budget 2016 highlighted a listing of who won and who didn't in the budget as follows. Winners, individual income earners. Increase in personal allowance from $60,000 to $70,000 as of January 1st, 2016. Graduates, 20% increase in stipends for OJTs as of December 1st, 2015. Recruitment program for 500 graduates in all ministries, $55 million. All citizens, removal of immigration form requirements at all ports of entry. 10-year passport for persons over 18 years as of January 1st, 2016. A reduction in the VAT rate from 15% to 12.5%. Re-establishment of Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority by the end of fiscal year 2016. Agriculturists. Exemptions on all duties and taxes on various inputs into agricultural sector as of January 1st, 2016. Retirees, discounts on utilities later in 2016. Free passports and driver permits as of 1st January 2016. increase in the NIS qualification cap on joint income to $5,000 as of the 1st of December 2015. Judiciary, introduction of video conferencing facilities for minor offenses to reduce the magisterial administrative burden and financial autonomy. Losers, employers, increase in NIS contributions for employees as of 4th of July 2016. Increase in insurable earning class limit from 12,000 to 13,600 as of the 4th of July 2016. Property owners, reinstitution of property tax and the reintroduction of old rates and taxes of January 1st, 2016. All citizens, 15% increase in super and diesel gas prices. Super from $2.70 per liter to $3.11 per liter. Diesel from $1.50 per liter to $1.72 per liter with immediate effect. Adjusting of exemptions and zero-rated items. Business, increase in business levy from 0.2% to 0.36% as of 1st January 2016. Increase in green fund levy from 0.1% to 0.3% as of the 1st of January 2016. Increase in VAT registration threshold from $360,000 to $500,000 as of the 1st of January 2016. However, a closer review of the listing of losers will show that in actual fact there are no losers. The increase in NIS, for instance, will assist all citizens since it will ensure the enhancement and protection of the NIS benefits for all. The reinstitution of property tax too will ensure that the country obtains a sustainable and fair source of annual revenue. Mr. Vice President, may I take a moment to address this matter of property tax, which has been a source of major discussion and hysteria by friends on the opposite side of this House. As indicated by the Honorable Minister of Finance, the previous administration, by deferring the payment of property tax, has caused this nation to lose at least $1 billion in revenue over their tenure. In this context, the 2016 budget proposes to have the phased reintroduction of property tax at the old 2009 levels and the old rates as a starting point, with special provisions for the aged and the indigent. Mr. Vice President, what really is property tax? Property tax is an annual tax on real property. It is usually, but not always, a local tax. It is most commonly founded on the concept of market value. The tax base may be the land only, the land and buildings, or various permutations of these factors. Property tax has been in existence for at least 3 millennia. It is common throughout the world and has often been the subject of political debate. The strengths and weaknesses of this type of tax are well known and possibly more widely understood than any other tax. I would like to reiterate what my colleague, Senator Daniel Duque, stated, that the property tax is a benefit principle. These are some of the advantages of property tax. They are clear and they include: it is technically and administratively possible to introduce or maintain in almost any circumstances. It is cheap to administer. It is very difficult to avoid or evade. Collection success rates of 95% are readily achievable. It is transparent. In general, there is a good correlation between assessed value and the ability to pay. If designed correctly, the tax can be marginally progressive. The revenue is predictable and buoyant. It is very well suited as a source of locally generated revenue for local governments. Mr. Vice President, I submit that the hysteria and boogeyman response to the property tax is unfounded. This tax represents an important source of revenue to Trinidad and Tobago, and its reintroduction is long outstanding. The 15% increase in the price of super gasoline and diesel fuel represents a marginal increase in prices of commodities which are backed by a huge subsidy which should have already been addressed by the last administration. The marginal increases in the Green Fund levy, the business levy, and the VAT registration threshold all represent attempts by this administration to ensure that the burden of the adjustment occasioned by the economic realities of the day are borne equitably by all. Mr. Vice President, I would now like to turn to the specific issue of public administration in Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry of Public Administration has been allocated $1,184,531,491 in the 2016 budget. This sum will be used to ensure that the Ministry of Public Administration achieves its objectives for fiscal 2016. One of the major roles of the Ministry of Public Administration is that of developing a stronger and more versatile public service in order to realize the highest degree of citizen, employee, and business sector satisfaction. I am advised that in 2012, the Ministry of Public Administration embarked on a program or projects aimed at creating a modernized citizen-centric public service branded Gold to Diamond. It also represented the proposed change of the public services organizational structures from a traditional pyramid to a diamond shape. The phrase Gold to Diamond also captured the timeline of the public service renewal and the modernization program from its beginning on the nation's diamond anniversary and the standard or quality of service citizens can expect from the public service. Gold to Diamond also encapsulated the transformation and modernization of the service delivery framework. The focus on transformation of the human resource management architecture and service delivery improvement initiatives simultaneously addresses people, processes, and technology. The exercise not only focused on identifying new ways to ensure more coherent, efficient, and effective operations across the whole government, but also addressed the need for the ministry to be results-focused, to deliver more efficiently and effectively on its mandate. This program had laudable objectives, but alas, like so much of the initiatives of the last administration, the program was never properly executed. Nevertheless, to say, the development of a proper strategic plan for the ministry is still outstanding. Since its establishment in 2001, the Ministry of Public Administration has been responsible for renewing and modernizing the public service. The ministry is expected to head and facilitate public service transformation and enhance the human resources capacity of Trinidad and Tobago in order to fill critical skills gaps. It is the intention of this administration to ensure that a strategic plan which would provide a blueprint for the governance of the Ministry of Public Administration is completed. This would provide the roadmap for the modern public service development in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, my colleague, the Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, has dealt in detail with respect to other matters relative to the Ministry of Public Administration, such as ICT matters and matters relative to the urgent need to ensure that adequate accommodation is provided to officers of the public services. It would suffice for me to add that this administration would ensure that the level of neglect for public officers, which was a feature of the past administration, will no longer obtain. Specifically, this administration will focus on the following areas. We will ensure that proper accommodation will be put in place for public officers. Unlike the previous administration, all government assets will be fully utilized. In this respect, we will achieve the completion of the government campus in Port of Spain to accommodate Customs and Excise, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, Immigration Division, Education Division, and the Board of Inland Revenue. We will ensure that the right people, regardless of race, color, creed, or class, with the right skills on the basis of meritocracy are selected for the right jobs. We will work to provide a safe health and safety work environment conducive to productivity for all our public officers. We will also establish an interministerial committee to assess public accommodation for ministries in order to plan and to expedite relocation of certain offices. We will also ensure collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the establishment of best practices in order to achieve greater efficacy in the delivery of service in the public sector as a whole. There would be the implementation of interdisciplinary teams at various levels towards a transformed, rejuvenated, and rebranded public service. The intent would be to achieve diamond standard, quality assurance, and significant improvement in the manner, space, and time the public is served. ICT will be used to transform the way we do business in the public sector. We will work on ensuring that one of the critical objectives of the Ministry of Public Administration, that is the improvement in the staffing situation, is attained. This can be achieved by strengthening of the offices of the Service Commission, the Director of Public Administration, and Chief Personnel Officer. Also, to ensure that the Government HR Services Company, GHRS, is reorganized for greater efficiency, we will improve the quality of the recruitment process through embedding modern tools of recruitment and selection, multi-stage assessments, psychometric evaluation, competency-based structured interviews, and sound reference checks on candidates. GHRS will be used to undertake modern methods of recruitment and selection for contract employment using globally accepted standards and best practices. We will work expeditiously on the operationalization of the new authorities to be created, namely the revenue and motor vehicle authorities. These institutions will facilitate an effective approach in the recruitment and selection of appropriate personnel, career planning, performance management, reward and compensation, training and development, promotion and advancement, and in this way will improve the delivery service to the public. Finally, we will ensure that the budget theme of restoring confidence and rebuilding trust, let's do this together, underpins our development of the public services as a whole. Finally, Mr. Vice President, I would like to end my maiden speech presentation to this House the way I began. The quote, "Youth is wasted on the young," has been attributed one of the famous thinkers, Oscar Wilde or George Bernard Shaw. It is my intention during my time in this House to demonstrate that this statement is not reflective of this youth. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and I wish to also congratulate you on your maiden speech in this honorable House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I open giving thanks and praises to Almighty Allah for His graces and mercies and His favor in granting me this opportunity to give glory to Him as I serve my nation. May I take this opportunity also, Mr. Vice President, to congratulate you on your appointment as Vice President of this Honorable House, and also to congratulate as well all the members of this House as we come together to contribute to the nation's business. I wish to also thank the 7th Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, for the confidence he has shown in me to appoint me a government senator. And I will wish to thank the Finance Minister for what I see as a people's budget, a budget of jobs, growth, and opportunity, a budget to facilitate real change and real transformation. It is a budget that shows a definite pathway to making the PNM Vision 2030 a reality for all to touch, feel, and experience, Mr. Vice President. It is a budget that invests in the right infrastructure to support our growing needs and demands for housing, child protection, drainage, mobility, technology, and providing accessibility for senior citizens, the disabled, and ex-prisoners. It is a budget that lays a framework for ensuring fiscal responsibility and for improved quality service delivery in a more coordinated, accountable, and transparent environment. Mr. Vice President, it is a budget that provides a solid foundation for reducing the national debt and reducing the deficit within 3 years. It is a budget that will help Trinidad and Tobago improve its competitiveness, productivity, build personal responsibility for the collective success of the nation. I thank the Minister for utilizing a format that is very easy for every citizen to digest and for placing the reality of the turbulent economic times that we face on account of the wanton waste, mismanagement, and corruption of the previous administration. Mr. Vice President, this is why it have no outcry in the public, because everyone understands the budget clearly. I wish to thank the Minister for providing hope and reigniting confidence in the economy on the account of more diligent management and leadership. I also want to share with the opposition that corruption, waste, mismanagement all causes inflation and places the current and future generation under undue stress and frustration.
There's a maiden speech.
Trinidad and Tobago is now living that reality, having survived 5 years and 6 months of UNC rule. If it is one lesson we have learned from the past administration, is that money spent does not necessarily equal value received. What I see in this budget is a focus on translating the budget into a seamless program of implementation as to the total capacity and capability for data management, program planning, execution, monitoring, evaluation, and a framework for improvement is developed within a result-based system. A framework for WASA to deliver water and not advertisements, telling you about water that you do not get, Mr. Vice President. Mind you, WASA spends so much money on these government working for you ads. They are now $1.6 billion in deficit. That is the UNC-style governance. Under the partnership, we are spending more, but every major indicator of development was headed in the wrong direction. From the competitive index, the quality of life index, the corruption index, crime, poverty, unemployment, social inclusion of the elderly and disabled. Under the partnership, not one area important to the people was progressing in the right direction. Under the PNM, priorities for development are intact. From my review of the budget, I see focused action to address excesses.
Can we allow the Senator to make his maiden speech? And yes, I understand that, but can we allow him to make his maiden speech? Can we, Senator? Senator, continue, please.
I thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the protection. I would like to applaud the government focus on comprehensive evidence-based public safety, healthcare, sport, entertainment, agriculture, and developing rural and urban infrastructure. I welcome the PNM policy to get the right people with the right skills and right standard of behavior, following the right instructions, using the right plant and equipment, and the emphasis on doing the job right first. Essentially, the PNM is assuring the quality will underpin all that is done, and the government will seek to do things right first, using the right people to get the best possible results. This is a welcome development considering the rocky road we have traversed under the UNC administration. In preparation for my presentation, Today, WASA contractors shared the atrociousness that passed for management under the UNC. They related several instances where RFP was sent out and after submitted proposals to meet the requirements and the specification were altered to reflect the submissions. These stories have now become commonplace, as we all know about the wastewater treatment plant that was granted for $400 million more than the contractor that actually had the capability to complete the work. There's another project valued $40 million in Tobago that was awarded without tender. And guess what, Mr. Vice President? No water and no other local company even was given the opportunity to submit a bid. Why is this WASA so important? Why I am spending all this time on water? Water, Mr. Vice President, is life. Proper management for water resources in terms of quality, water quality, is critical to avoid detrimental effects on public health. Water and sanitation have also been identified as significant variables in determining disease incidence. Hence, inadequate access to water resources and sanitation services by the population could also lead to negative health impact in the country. And again, the pathway to success, the manifesto for the PNM manifesto for 2015-2016 on page 30 will outline some of the initiatives to improve the water sector, and I will name a few. One, adopting and implementing the integrated water resource management, creating an appropriate institutional framework and organizational structure for effective water management, including the establishment of Water Resource Agency as a separate organization to manage the country's water resources. Developing and maintaining an effective water resource hydrological monitoring network, reliable data collection, and water resource assessment and development and maintenance of a national water data and information system. Implementing a water reduction program. And there are many more, Mr. Vice President, that we can easily look into page 30 of the PNM Manifesto 2015, which is now government policy. A data-driven, evidence-based society. If nothing else, the budget lays the foundation for a quantum leap in developing a more data-driven, evidence-based society with the introduction of the Statistical Institute, re-engineering of the CSO office and its operations, the health insurance and other developments that are based on improving information collection analysis and sharing across public and private sectors. Data being the new oil, Mr. Vice President, the PNM plans to grow broadband and other data capture and processing capability will support a new look public utilities that emphasizes quality and is aligned to the infrastructure development, national and regional development agenda. It is common knowledge that the CSO has been neglected for many years, especially in the last 5, under the UNC-led administration. It is also expected that the information release would be outdated, unreliable, untimely, and in some instances irrelevant to the development needs of the nation. This direction shows that the PNM understands the critical importance of data-driven decision-making in both the private and public sectors. Accordingly, we will implement the Draft Statistics Act and create an independent statistical institute with a board comprised of representatives drawn from the public sector, including the central bank, private sector, the universities, market research organizations, and the professionals. I appreciate the fact that this independent institute will be led, managed, and staffed by competent professionals and will be funded by the government. Another commendable initiative outlined the PNM's plan to provide the Wi-Fi access connectivity in city centers, in all community centers and public spaces. And I hope, Mr. Vice President, they start with Bartaria salmon.
We will.
With all the misconception of the UNC-led administration, we must be separating fact from fiction. One fiction is that the UNC has said PNM has no vision or plan. But the fact is, the PNM Manifesto and Vision 2030 documents lay a clear pathway for Trinidad and Tobago achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The fundamental concept behind the PNM vision remains improving the quality of life for all and stripping out non-value-adding activities and reducing variation so that the public utilities and other public sector agencies can focus on delivering what its customer, that is the citizens, the Trinidad and Tobago public actually wants. The objective of the PNM can be distilled to creating a nation that is globally competitive and focuses on consistently achieving customer public requirements, but doing so with the least amount of effort. Surely the goal of any organization in every sector. Mr. Vice President, there are many myths that we can discuss here, but I will just indicate one more. The PNM vision, the myth is the PNM vision 2030 is expensive to implement. But the fact is, these approaches typically save far more than they cost to implement. Done well, Mr. Vice President, they can also transform the customer experience and reduce costs. The vision is about doing things right, reducing the rework, repairs, and being more proactive, coordinated, and systematic. The PNM aim is to adapt the way we deliver products and services, such as delivering more for less, while developing and maintaining our focus on customer or citizens. The PNM is about reducing waste, variation, and costs. It's about doing more, better, but with less. The PNM will be implementing an improved planning and execution regime that enables the state sector to measure benefits and actively demonstrate the savings made throughout the supply chain. Clearly, Mr. Vice President, any cost of change should be set against the savings delivered by the change. Mr. Vice President, I would like to now shift my focus to youth and sports. In our 2015-2016 manifesto on page 61, the preamble of the youth speaks to the fact that our youth are vital to the future development of Trinidad and Tobago. They must be nurtured, listened to, protected, and encouraged, given proper guidance and easy access to their education, personal development, healthcare, and meaningful employment. They must be supported and provided with the means to grow and develop, and there must be forums for their voices to be heard, and their ideas, plans, and programs should be incorporated into the national policy. They must be given opportunities to participate in government and the public and private sectors at the highest levels. To achieve this, the manifesto has set out 15 areas for development and implementation. I will just highlight a few areas, 5 areas of importance, which can and will be developed by ensuring the necessary support for the already established police youth clubs throughout the country, as well as organizations such as the Scouts and Cadets. These areas are to provide youth facilities in villages and regions of Trinidad and Tobago that will allow positive recreation and healthy lifestyles among the young, so as to give vulnerable youth a safe haven to socialize while receiving coaching, counseling, and acquiring information of civic responsibility. To mobilize youth is in a natural setting, that is in their communities and their villages, Mr. Vice President. To promote and encourage the participation of the youth in all aspects of sustainable development of Trinidad and Tobago, and to foster a greater understanding of the needs of the young people and provide guidelines for youth development. Mr. Vice President, there is a pathway for development of our young people using sport, which can be best visualized using the figure of the pyramid. The pyramid can be divided into 6 levels, starting at its base, which is the broadest or the largest segment. Starting at its base, which is the broadest or largest segment, this represents the area of total participation and socializing of the young to take place. The level that contribute to this would be the primary school, secondary schools, and clubs, Madam President. These activities take place mainly in the communities and villages. The 3 top levels consist of activities at the tertiary, high performance, and elite levels. To this end, our government will work with the necessary groups through the relevant ministries responsible for sport and youth affairs, education, community development, culture, and tourism. Madam President, on page 62 of our manifesto, our government highlights that as many citizens as possible should be involved in sports and recreation, and that Trinidad and Tobago must strive to be a world-class sporting nation, satisfying local, regional, and international needs, while providing sustainable employment and contributing to national well-being. To achieve this, we have identified about 29 areas of development. I will highlight a few, Madam President. 1, to increase the pool of talent from which world champions can emerge for international recognition. The ministry responsible for sport will ensure that our total participation programs are adequately supported. I alluded to this earlier on when I dealt with the base of the pyramid involving primary and secondary schools and clubs. To this end, the Barataria-Sama constituency will be requesting the development of a sporting field and indoor facilities for the Sama Secondary School, whereby the school will have first-class facilities which the community of Moore Road and its surrounding will have access. After collaboration, of course, after collaboration with the school. In the Barataria area, there will be a request for establishment of swimming pools and indoor facilities, which will contribute to the total participation programs. These 2 additional facilities will further contribute to the widening of the total participation programs in the communities. 2, to use sport to reduce the high incidence of chronic lifestyle diseases prevalent in Trinidad and Tobago. This will necessitate collaboration with the ministry responsible for health in conjunction with organizations that promote healthy lifestyles. To promote Trinidad and Tobago as an attractive location for major international sporting events. This will necessitate the development of national sporting associations to dominate their respective field of endeavor, so that when we host events, we will be in the finals of those events, Madam President. Using sport as a catalyst, we will be able to use our diverse culture to attract tourists who will travel with their respective teams. In this way, we will be able to become a major destination for international and regional sports and develop and promote sport tourism. To promote Trinidad and Tobago as an attractive location for major international sporting events will also necessitate development and improvement of our sport infrastructure and facilities across the country, ensuring they meet the highest international best standards. Madam President, we will create a sport institute of Trinidad and Tobago that will capture and hone the skills of young athletes while growing and modernizing the sport industry. The sport policy speaks to a sport institute. This was established in 2007 at the University of Trinidad and Tobago and is known as the Academy of Sport and Leisure Studies. Some of us may recall that this institute offered as much as 130 sports scholarships. This institute was established to produce athletes on a consistent basis who would be able to perform on the world stage. This institute is a major step or level in the pathway for the development of our athletes. There were 12 disciplines included in this program that offered young people for the first time an opportunity to obtain a tertiary education while becoming world-class athletes. The program has been derailed and a review would be in order. However, the physical plant is a necessity as it is a major component in the development of our sporting industry. In keeping with our manifesto and the policies to be developed, the following areas must be addressed. A, to redefine the pathway for the athlete, develop and increase the pool of athletes that play sport, identify potential elite athletes, hire the best coaches, strengthen the administration of national sporting associations, provide facilities to top-class standards, provide financial support to the associations, and establish a research and development unit at the Institute of Sport. The vision of the Institute was a sporting campus which would have included the Manny Ramjohn Stadium for athletics, the Arthur Bolan for football, the Brian Lara Stadium for cricket, and the further development for cycling, swimming, hockey, as well as indoor facilities for boxing. To achieve the policies outlined in the manifesto, it is necessary to attract and hire the best minds who understand and are willing to implement these policies, Madam President. Brian Lara was hired and was responsible for developing linkages at top universities in England and Australia. MOUs were developed with these institutions to assist in developing our institute to world-class status. Even Gordon Greenidge, one of the best batsmen in the world, were hired to create linkages and develop relationships in India, Australia, and England as well. Brian Lara, Gordon Greenidge, and Larry Gomes were exemplars to become world-class players. Madam President, none of these persons are with the Academy of Sport and Leisure Studies today. The program has lost its way. There is a saying that goes like this: a people without a vision shall perish. Thank God there is a change in government. The PNM government is a government with a vision, and it is left to us to achieve that vision. Madam President, the PNM winning the September 7 general election could not suddenly make everything perfect overnight. However, the budget sends the right messages for the right time. The implementation will take us to the right path to growth, sustainable development, and opportunity. Trinidad and Tobago will recover revenues through property taxes. We will provide relief to the vulnerable through more sustainable programs, social housing, and increased grants for pensioners, the disabled, the children with special needs. Trinidad and Tobago is on the pathway to betterment for all when we work together, Madam President. From the signals given by AmCham, the Chambers of Commerce, NGOs, CBOs, and faith-based communities, all partners are ready to make sacrifices for success. Sacrifices to assure as a country we can achieve greater success and optimize our full potential. The budget clearly shows the PNM is ready. The PNM is ready to provide a leadership with vision, leadership with integrity, leadership with consistency, accountability, and transparency, necessary to take Trinidad and Tobago forward. The budget sends a strong message that the PNM will do more than just talk. The new PNM will do it right first time. We will do it together. Madam President, in closing, I leave all with our watchwords, a reminder of the posture required to deal with the turbulent times ahead. Together we aspire, together we achieve. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Ali, and congratulations on your maiden contribution. I now recognize Senator Richard.
Good evening, Madam President, and allow me to begin by giving God thanks and praise for this opportunity, this blessing, to serve my country at this level, and also allow me to congratulate you on your appointment as President of the Senate, and also the Vice President who chaired the session earlier on today. Allow me also to congratulate members of the government senatorial benches, and also members of the opposition senatorial benches, and of course my associates in the independent benches. It is my distinct honor and privilege to be able to deliver to this august House this evening what is my maiden presentation. I pondered long and hard about what I should focus on. Given His Excellency's wisdom in his choices of independent senators and the variety of competencies and trainings, I decided to stay to my comfort zone, my area of academic training, which is education, which I do believe, if one thinks about it, is the foundation upon which any great and sustainable society is built. When we look at the great civilizations of the world, the Egyptians, and even in more modern times, the Americans, the UK, China, India, we realize they've been able to transform their societies into sustainable models through education and the education system. At this time, I'd like to quote from Martin Luther King on education, and I quote, "Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education." Very often we neglect the character side of it, and we see where it has led us, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but around the world. Earlier on, the finance minister focused a lot about the austere times we face in Trinidad and Tobago, and the dialogue in the last 10, 15, 20 years about the need for diversification, in this instance into agri-processing, maritime, fishing and fishing processing, aviation, creative sectors, the financial sector, and the ICT and software design sectors. But what is going to drive this diversification? What is going to make the difference in Trinidad and Tobago moving forward in a sustainable manner? It is obviously the development of the human capital. The society cannot move forward. It cannot be sustained unless we continue to invest in our people through education. But it begs the question, what is our concept of a comprehensive education system that will serve our country in the best stead, not in 10, not in 15 years, but for the next 50 years? I quote from the Education Act of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 39, 1, page 11. "And the powers conferred on the minister by this act shall be exercised so as to ensure the promotion of the education of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the establishment of institutions devoted to that purpose by means of which he already thereby contributes towards the development of the human resources, physical, mental, moral, and spiritual of the community." Part B, "The establishment of a system of education designed to provide adequately for the planning and development of an educational service related to the changing needs of the community." And Part C, "The effective execution of the education policy of the government." Madam President, I ask the question, how successfully have we been able to do that in the last 50 years? We've seen great gains, as is evidenced by our country's prosperity, but now we face different times. How successfully have we been able to fulfill this education mandate in Trinidad and Tobago? A mandate that should provide the foundation upon which we build an holistic and sustainable nation, but that begs further inquiry into our very concept of education itself and the systems, processes, and structures that support same. A question we must ponder at this stage in our country's history. My delivery is not to apportion blame, but to stimulate thought and further inquiry. Let me start to lay the context by an interesting editorial in yesterday's Express, which quotes liberally from a soon-to-be-published document and research by Professor Ramesh Deosaran, noted criminologist and also former chair of the Police Service Commission. Professor Deosaran, from a soon-to-be-published study on race, crime, and education, said that his findings reinforce what seems to be evident from the list of scholarship winners where government schools have once again had little impact. This contrasts deeply with the strong presence of awardees from the so-called prestige schools, many of which are government-assisted denominational schools. Among the latter, Indo-Trinidadian females dominate. Notable from Professor Deosaran's research is the finding that among prison inmates interviewed, the vast majority went to government secondary schools. This is not to say that government secondary schools cannot produce model citizens, but these findings are quite interesting for thought. He goes on to say, something is seriously wrong with the education system as a whole when so many young males and minds can find so little in it to hold their attention and keep them motivated in the pursuit of knowledge. 90% of the inmates, according to Dr. Deosaran, soon to be published research, between the ages of 18 and 35 have gone to government secondary schools. That should be alarming to most, if not all of us. It is commendable that the present government continues, and the past few governments have continued to show that education is at the forefront of budgetary allocations, either in the first place or in the second place in this instance. Allow me to just go back until 2009. I think 2008 was the last time Trinidad and Tobago recorded a fiscal budget surplus. In 2009, education and training was allotted $7.12 billion. 2010, education and training, $7 billion approximately. In 2011, education and training, $8.325 billion. 2012, education and training allotted, Madam President, $8.718 billion. 2013, $9.149 billion. 2014, $9.820. 2015, $10.126, and for 2016, $9.763. It means that we understand as a country the importance of training and developing our human capital. But spending money and investing money is not going to accomplish that. We must do some sincere and objective inquiry as to if we are spending the money, investing the money in the right way to provide for a sustainable future for Trinidad and Tobago. The vision statement of the Ministry of Education. The ministry is a high-performing and dynamic organization leading a quality education system that is response to the diverse needs, or in response to the diverse needs of 21st century learning to contribute to the education versatility of holistically developed children who are able to satisfy the human capital needs and sustainable development of society. And the mission statement of the Ministry of Education is to educate and develop children who are able to fulfill their full potential, healthy and growing normally, academically balanced, well-adjusted socially and culturally and emotionally mature and happy. Are we achieving those goals? That is the question. What is the education mandate? Just a quote from the Social Sector Investment Program publication 2016. There are approximately 250,000 students, learners, in the education system in Trinidad and Tobago. 500 36,000 students at early childhood care education centers, 126,000 students at the nation's primary schools, 96,000 students at the nation's secondary schools, and participation at tertiary level institutions is reported at 65%. The mandatory attendance age in Trinidad and Tobago is between the ages of 6 and 12 years old. When we go back to those numbers, 126,000 students at primary schools, but only 96,000 at secondary schools. That is a significant disparity. Where are those 30,000 learners, children? Where are they? Have they been absorbed into vocational schools? Are they just falling through the cracks? Have the gangs taken them? Why aren't we more outraged that 30,000 students are not making the transition from primary to secondary schools in Trinidad and Tobago? We seem quite comfortable about that. That amounts to 12% of the student body. Let's look at the primary school system. And there are 4 basic levels of education system in Trinidad and Tobago. Early childhood care, which is 2 to 5 years old. Primary school, which is around 6 to 12 years old, depending on when one's birthday is. Secondary, which is from 12 to 17 or 18, and tertiary level above 18, generally speaking. We've just lauded the results of the secondary entrance examination, where we tend to specifically focus a lot on the upper 90th percentile. And that is great. Those who do well must be lauded. They must be complimented. They've worked hard and they've achieved. But what about the lower 20th percentile? Why aren't we focusing more on them? Why aren't they the subject of our deeper inquiry as to why they are not coping with the system as presently configured? That is the kind of introspection I think this country needs to apply at this time. In 2015, 18,357 students wrote the essay examination, 51% boys and 49% girls. The examination was written on the 7th of May 2015. A summary of the results reads as follows. 14% of the students scored 90% or more. 80% of students scored above 60%. 90% of students scored above 50%, and less than 1% of students scored under 30%. We really need to take a deep, hard look while we must celebrate those who have done well as to why such a large percentage is still underperforming in Trinidad and Tobago. If we are to consider ourselves as global leaders or competitive, are these the results that we must remain comfortable with? I don't think so. Let's look at the essay examination. It is a standardized examination, or in my opinion, it once was in any case, where the students at 11 or so write an examination at one point, which was one examination. In 2011 or 2012, a component called the continuous assessment component was introduced. And this is a document published by the Ministry of Education that is supposed to add value by ensuring that varied abilities, learning styles, interests, and talents of primary school students are identified and met through a system of delivery of a specified curriculum. It was introduced, according to this document, by an open invitation to interest groups and the public participants comprising students, parents, educators, and community members. And it, according to this document, was supposed to institute mechanisms to maintain integrity in this CSE process, given that in some instances up to 20% of the final SEA grade came from this component of the CSE. Now keep in mind, SEA as we know it was a standardized examination. It's one examination delivered in a particular way, and it's monitored by CXC and the local Ministry of Education. When we introduce another component, we may not be as sure as we want to be that it remains as standardized, given some of the concerns I'm going to elucidate in a while. The integrity of the CSE process was supposed to be maintained by a rigorous system of monitoring, moderation, and examination administration established in collaboration with CXC. This is to ensure the validity and reliability of CSE scores submitted by teachers. Teachers are a large component, a significant and critical component in the administration of the CSE component of the SEA. The Ministry of Education had deployed, according to this document, 145 monitors to report on the implementation of the CSE in all schools, and CSE monitors were supposed to work along with curriculum officers and report on the CSE to district curriculum coordinators. The pilot project of the continuous assessment component of primary school pupils is supposed to take up 20% of the SCA score. There have been serious concerns about if this was actually applied in the way it has been prescribed and its implications for the final grades in the SCA. And this is not to say that I don't believe our students, and we've said in this document, the Social Sector Investment Program 2016, that this is the best year performance for SCA students. I believe all young learners can achieve great things, but it must be done in the right way. And if there are concerns about the process by which we're getting these grades, we're not doing our young learners any favors. As a matter of fact, we may be, and I stress may be, doing them a great disservice. So some more inquiry needs to go into that, and if it has been applied in the way that best suits its original mandate. Madam President, please allow me to go through 14 points of concerns regarding the continuous assessment component of the SCA, as outlined by the President of Tutor, the Trinidad and Tobago Unified Teachers Association, Mr. Deosaran Sinanan. And I will try to proceed as I go along, in the interest of time. While this was supposed to remove the overdependence on one summative high-stakes test and instead shift the focus to formative testing, which is an approach to assessment that can test a broader range of competencies over a period of time, that net effect of the CSE was that teachers were now doing more testing than teaching, owing to the high-stakes nature of the SEA. And let me just also contextualize this by saying, Mr. Sinanan and other educators and education administrators agree in principle to the CSE component of the SEA, but it must be applied in the right way. Point 2. Teachers continue to complain that they did not get sufficient training to teach the broadened curriculum, which now includes specialized subjects such as music, physical education, dance, agricultural science, art, and drama. So teachers are saying they did not get sufficient time to teach the broadened curriculum. What impact has that had on learning and the student body? 3. It is unreasonable to expect a primary school teacher to teach such a broad range of curricula, and tutor continues to call for the introduction of subject specialists in the areas of dance, music, drama, art, agricultural science, and physical education, in addition to normal classroom duties within the same time frame. While these areas were added to the curriculum, nothing was taken out for an overloaded curriculum to which creative writing and character citizenship education was given greater prominence and emphasis. 4. Formative testing requires a significant amount of non-contact time in order to prepare and mark tests. This requires that teachers complete a significant amount of work at home, thus encroaching significantly on their private lives. 5. Teachers continue to complain bitterly about the lack of adequate resources and facilities to deliver this broadened curriculum. 6. Formative testing requires a lot of record keeping, which is time consuming and requires large amounts of storage space. 7. Concerns have been expressed about the quality of standardization in the marking of these assessments. Keep in mind that this is going to contribute, or this has contributed, supposedly, to 20% of the SCA final grades. So we see the kind of questions in terms of integrity that we may be facing here. Information and instructions from the Ministry of Education to schools were inconsistent and very often contradictory, leading to mass confusion. This should be shocking to us all, given what stakes are afoot with SCA in terms of placement and the future of students. This is not to say that SA is the final bell on someone's life, but it's certainly a critical juncture in anyone's education process. 9, the CSE monitors were very often not sure about their roles. 10, unrealistic deadlines for the submission of marks and information were very often the order of the day. Such information was required to be uploaded onto computer systems which were not always available at the schools. So we may not have had some marks going in for some students. This is what this is suggesting was possible. 11, the whole assessment process quickly turned into an evaluation exercise owing to the high-stakes nature of the essay, placing undue pressure and stress on students, parents, and teachers over a prolonged period of time. Is this effective application of something so critical? 12, there was never a comprehensive plan governing the introduction of the CSE, with no pilot testing to determine the viability of the reform contemplated. 13, CSE assistant teachers sent to schools were also not sure about their roles and have not been adequately trained or had not been adequately trained to perform these tasks. And 14, and finally in this discourse, tutor continues to call for an independent review and evaluation of the CSE against its overall objectives in light of concerns repeatedly expressed. There is also quite a bit of information related to parents and teachers concerned on several blogs throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And I spent some time on this to say that if we are to really have the kind of education system that this country needs, something as critical as primary school education and the assessment of that must be done in the proper way. We cannot have these kinds of possibilities where the integrity may have been compromised and then are boasting about the best ever results in a particular year. Because when we do that, we give our students a false sense of accomplishment. And I think we owe them more than that. Madam President, I want to go back to the issue of the 30,000 unaccounted for students between primary and secondary schools. And quote from Professor Deosaran again, which is Newsday, July 20th, 2013. Education Minister Garcia recently lamented the fact that only 5% of the national scholarship awardees came from government schools. We have long discussed the issue of the prestige school versus the government school dilemma in Trinidad and Tobago, ad nauseum, year after year, decade after decade. And I quote from Professor Deosaran, which is titled The Prestige School Dilemma. From our research, we find that students from an upper or middle social background have often been served out of chances of getting into a prestige school. In fact, for those from a primarily upper class background, they have a 90% chance. For students from a poor working class background, they have a 40% chance. Now, there has been so much discourse and discussion about prestige schools and the limited allocation of spaces in those compared to government secondary schools. And I reiterate my point. I still believe that model citizens come out of the government school system. I'm not going to condemn all students coming out, but there is obviously something that we need to look at regarding our government secondary schools. I think we have a great opportunity, because the denominational schools do so well, to perform some sort of inquiry and try to translate that model to the government secondary schools. It is an opportunity we have, because we certainly have a model that is working. We just need to inquire as to how it's working, why it's working effectively, and there are several factors and variables involved there. It is not beyond us to figure this out, because I think we continue doing ourselves a great injustice as a country by just settling for that paradigm. We don't have to settle for that. We can find out what is going on. Quoting again, because he's done quite a bit of work in this area, Professor Deosaran, Newsday, the 17th of the 7th, 2014. at a public lecture entitled Equal Educational Opportunity, the class, Race and Crime Connection, sponsored by UWE's Faculty of Social Sciences on November 27th. The results from a preliminary longitudinal study of 812 students from 7 government-assisted and 15 government secondary schools were showed, among other things. 85% of these students who attended government-assisted so-called prestige schools were into further studies within 3 years after leaving Form 5, while less than 50% of those who attended government schools did so. They usually went to work. Point 2, 61% of those who attended a government-assisted school went into UE or other tertiary-level institutions, compared to 23% from the government schools. The others went to institutions like Costat, UTT, and private business schools, etc. In terms of doing further studies within these 3 years after leaving Form 5, 85% from an upper class background, which is based, the CAC is based on parental occupation and parental educational level. 60% from middle class and 31% from so-called the lower class, which also speaks to that level of discrepancy in this system. Madam President, you know, it is not my style to just proffer the problems. I think we have to be responsible and also suggest some solutions. This paradigm is not exclusive to Trinidad and Tobago. There is underperformance at various levels across the world, but there are various jurisdictions that have been very successful in diagnosing, identifying, and remediating the challenges faced by students in state-sponsored schools or government-administered schools. One of these is a very well-known and very widely administered protocol called Response to Intervention. Response to Intervention is a multi-tiered approach to the early identification and support of students with learning and behavioral needs. The RTI process begins with high-quality instruction and universal screening of all children in the general education classroom, which means we are taking a proactive step. We don't wait until they get to SCA to realize that they have a problem. All students go through what is a 3-tiered approach to dealing with some of the challenges that many students may have. It's also, in addition to academic intervention, very effective in behavioral intervention, which I will get to later in my discourse, which is also a challenge in our nation's secondary schools. In the first tier, students receive high-quality, scientifically based instruction provided by qualified personnel to ensure that their difficulties are not due to inadequate instruction. All students are screened on a periodic basis to establish an academic and behavioral baseline and identify struggling learners who need additional support. Students identified as being at risk through universal screenings and results, and this is all standardized testing. It's not based on someone's subjective interpretation. The length of time for this first step usually will not exceed 8 weeks. During that time, the student's progress is closely monitored and logged, and a scientific assessment done of that student or all those students. Usually, you get about 70% of students getting through this stage successfully. If the student is not responding to that stage, which is usually moves into about 30% of the student body, Stage 2 or Tier 2 is implemented, which focuses on increasingly intensive instruction to match their special needs on the basis of performance, rates, and progress. They change the teaching style sometimes. They do what is called a differentiated curriculum, so that these students are approached in a different way, because they may have a different learning style and a different aptitude for different subject areas. When that is done effectively, usually you're left with 10% of the students who are now put through a different level of protocol, diagnosis at a different level, so that all students have a chance to do well. The new best practice in education is not that the student is failing. It is that the system is failing. The system is failing the student. Students don't fail. Systems fail. We need to get out of that antiquated idea, and I'm using this term not to be disparaging, where we tend to think of students as 20 years ago, Duncy head. or lazy. That is not the approach of best practice education in this global situation. We must focus on each student as an individual and deal with their needs. That is the way we will make progress in this situation. So RTI is a possibility in terms of remediation in Trinidad and Tobago. But RTI can only be implemented if you have the systems in place, such as trained school psychologists, trained social workers, behavioral psychologists, to be able to identify the issues with the students, and also they are trained in remediation methods, different kinds of curriculum, etc., to make a difference in that student's life. Imagine for a moment those 30,000 students again who are not making the transition from primary to secondary schools. Where are they ending up? The frightening suggestion sometimes is that those are the ones ending up in our nation's prisons. It is not always so, but it's a possibility we must consider. Another area I want to focus on, Madam President, is the issue of special needs in Trinidad and Tobago, which I think has really been bandied about, and persons and children with special needs have been only given lip service in this country for way too long. When we look at the early beginnings of the special education and so-called inclusive education movement in Trinidad and Tobago, because this word inclusivity has a specific meaning. I was dismayed to hear an educator recently, and a senior level educator recently, talking about inclusivity in a special education context, but saying, but we have 9 special schools. You can't be thinking of inclusivity and thinking of special schools. Special schools have a place in an inclusive policies framework, but inclusivity specifically means that educational services and support systems are provided in the general education classroom setting. That is what inclusivity means, which means there must be support staff, trained teachers, and professionals. This is what is considered best practice around the world. Just to give a quick history of the special education movement in Trinidad and Tobago. In 1980, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago agreed to formally incorporate the institutional schools into the education system. These schools were redesignated as special schools, and they were the School for the Blind in Santa Cruz, School for the Deaf at Cascade and Marabella, the Princess Elizabeth School for Physically Handicapped Children in Woodbrook. We now, in terms of protocol, refer to these individuals as differently abled, the School for the Mentally Handicapped at St. Anne's Hospital, and the Training Center at the Lady Ho-Choi Home Cocorite and its branches in Gasperedo and Pinal. The Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, by Minute 3901 dated October 3rd, 1980, determined that the Special Education Unit was to be established in the Ministry of Education. It came into effect on January 1st, 1981. And the Special Education Unit was given responsibility for coordinating special education throughout Trinidad and Tobago, supervising and developing curricula for special schools and regular schools where students with special educational needs were enrolled, and collaborating with other government ministries in the prevention of disorders. It's interesting that we really have not progressed much since that. We talk about education and special needs in Trinidad and Tobago, but we have not done very much to concretize or establish a special need policy or the supporting legislation that must govern the administration of persons with special needs in Trinidad and Tobago. Quoting from an online publication dated December 29th, 2010, written by Jennifer Maharaj, who is a Long Island early childhood education examiner looking at special needs in the Caribbean. And in 1996, a survey conducted in Trinidad and Tobago reported there were over 50,000 children on the Twin Island Republic with special needs of some type or developmental disability. 50,000. And that, according to the professionals, is a conservative estimate. In 2006, a survey conducted by Families in Action, FIA, at the Port of Spring Primary School, led by a project team, of medical psychologists, social workers, educational partners showed that 70% of children ages 7 to 13 years of age were characterized as academically impaired. This is one school. Of these children, 15% had medical problems that could affect learning. More recently, a 2009 article in Trinidad Tobago's New Day reported that 32% of students are intellectually challenged due to a number of learning disabilities.
Senator Richards, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Or as recognized as a special need, or rather identify the child's learning ability or disability and their incapability to grasp concepts. We in Trinidad Tobago really have to move quickly, because that statistic of 30% or so is really benchmark worldwide. We're no different. The difference is that other jurisdictions have put systems in place, primarily legislative systems that mandate the states support in terms of funding and in terms of remediation processes and institutions that can help students not only with special needs, but students with learning disabilities, which include emotional and behavioral disorders. Unfortunately, time will not permit me to go into that aspect of it as to why we're seeing such an upsurge in deviant behavior in primarily our secondary school systems. And the fact that we are not diagnosing adjustment disorders, anxiety disorders, obsessive compulsive disorders, post-traumatic stress disorders for young learners who are in violent circumstances in their homes and their communities, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, oppositional defiant disorders, conduct disorders, among others that are manifesting in violent and antisocial behavior in our nation's schools. We also have to consider the role of the media, and there's been quite a bit of research done to support short-term and long-term effects of exposure to pop culture violence, video games. But not only that, something we take for granted very often, the news, which is replete with violence, which children watch and share on social media. For example, I'm really reluctant, but I have to give this example. Last week, Friday, I was at the mall in Port of Spain. And there were a bunch of what seemed to be primary school students in uniform arguing among themselves. And, Madam President, you know what the choice of insult was among those students? And they repeated it over and over. And I really don't want to repeat it for gratuitous purposes, but I have to give us a sense of what our children are learning. They are learning from what they see. And 3 of them continue to mouth at each other continuously, "Hush your stink mouth." I wonder where they learned that from. I wonder if we don't realize as adults that they are learning everything we do, they're mimicking our behaviors. And then we condemn them as the lost generation. Every aspect of their lives contributes to what they are learning. Finally, Madam President, it has been articulated to me in many various quarters by several persons, members from the education fraternity, parents and colleagues who still have children attending primary and secondary schools about the quality of textbooks. And I'm hoping the Education Minister does some sort of inquiry into that, particularly at the primary and secondary school level. Madam President, this country is a country of great promise and possibility. However, for us to attain our fullest potential as individuals and as a nation, we must rethink our concept of an education system worthy of the citizenry and one which provides the foundation for holistic and sustainable development. We must cast away archaic notions of education confined to buildings and walls. An holistic education system encompasses homes, families, neighborhoods, playgrounds, sporting facilities, churches, temples, mosques, synagogues, mass media, printed, electronic, and social, and also this very Parliament building and the other place, which they are looking at and learning from. It is a time in this country to show that every creed and race does find an equal place in Trinidad and Tobago. I really want to advocate on behalf of the special needs community in Trinidad and Tobago for legislative reform and funding The allocation is $3 million in this budget for special needs, and $10.5 million for the school support system, which sometimes also aids special needs families with special needs. The national budget and the national legislative agenda must seize the opportunity to reflect from the state and private sector a commitment to all persons, all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, no matter what their circumstances are, not only in talk and rhetoric, but also in deed and mandated by law. With the billions averaging $9 billion every year spent in education, $70 billion since 2008. It probably does not reflect the kind of support needed for those falling through the cracks. I hope we can stimulate some thought and discussion, and I'm heartened by the Education Minister's announcement that a national consultation of education will be held in 2016. I'm looking forward to that. Madam President, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I congratulate Senator Richards on his maiden contribution. Senator Junkere.
Good evening, Madam President. I join with the honourable members who went before me in congratulating you for your ascension to your designation in this House. I thank God for His blessings. I thank my family for their continuing support. And I apologize to my son for not being there to do homework with him this evening. I'm sure he will forgive me this one evening and indulge me. I also thank His Excellency for the opportunity given to me to make this contribution to this House, albeit with very little notice and very little time to fully prepare. Given the late hour, I promise that my address to this honourable chamber will be as short as I am. Madam President, permit me. I sometimes use humor to overcome unfamiliarity and discomfort. And this august chamber and these surroundings are unfamiliar to me. So I respectfully ask the Honourable House, through you, to indulge me as I settle myself through the use of just a little bit more humor. I assure this Honourable House that its relevance will reveal itself to the very end. Now, as I sat here today, I admired the architecture of this lovely building. And as I looked at the ceiling, I looked at the excellent lighting, and I asked myself, quite facetiously, I admit, how many politicians does it take to change a light bulb? I came up with several possible answers. One can say it takes two. One to change it, and one to change it back when election is called. One can say it takes three. One to change it, one to deny that it needed changing at all, one to take credit for having changed it. But despite my very feeble attempt at humor in this late hour, it belies a very startling and very worrying issue. That it is a grave reality that this nation may very well be facing an impending era of economic darkness. And the citizenry is relying on our politicians to change that increasingly dimming bulb so we can see our way through that abyss. Now, the responsibility for changing this bulb, for illuminating a way forward for this Twin Island Republic, fell on the shoulders of the Honourable Minister of Finance, Mr. Coleman, who is not here with us right now. But he accepted that Herculean task of presenting a fiscal package in a very short space of time. And I echo the sentiments of those before me who have commended him for his efforts. It now falls on the honourable members of this House to examine his efforts. In keeping with the self-inflicted theme of the light bulb, I chose to conduct this exercise in the brief time that I have, having to give way to other members, by asking on who does the light shine and on who are dark shadows cast. I see light beaming on the faces of the individual income earners who will benefit from the increase in personal allowance from $60,000 to $72,000 per annum from the 1st of January 2016. Imagine the relief for those earning less than $6,000 per month. For others, the additional $250 per month windfall will be a blessing to them. It is most likely that this will encourage increased consumption, and hopefully that can spark some economic growth. But then I see shadows of disenchantment on property owners who will return to a regime of taxation from which they thought they were finally free. It was a risky and bold step to seek to reintroduce this measure. The current administration will have to rely on the maturity of a property-owning public to accept their proportion of the obligation to contribute to the public purse. I see a ray of hope for the future graduates who are going to benefit from the 20% increase in stipends as OJT trainees as of the 1st of December 2015, and those who will be absorbed in the recruitment program into the ministries of the government. Society ought to be judged by the manner in which they provide for those who are in the embryonic stages of development. And if these measures are properly implemented to give our graduates a start in life, their futures will certainly be brighter. However, again, a shadow of doubt is cast on the wider population with the increase in super, gasoline, and diesel prices, which took place with immediate effect. And the effect of this increase in our daily lives as the cost of transportation, the delivery of goods and services, and other ancillary expenses is not yet known. One thing is for sure, if you give your doubles man $5, don't wait for change. I see a brilliant light cast, a glow on the crops of the farmers and the waters of the fisherfolk of this nation, who are now going to be exempt from duties and taxes relative to their various inputs into the agricultural sector and their fishing vessels and equipment. This must be a welcome relief for those who have courageously chosen to employ their time and their efforts to contributing to our nation's food basket. They deserve this. I see long shadows of disenchantment cast over already struggling small and medium enterprises. Business owners who will now face increases in the business levy and the green fund levy, effective 1st of January 2016. Now, it is easy to feel sorry for those businesses who are reporting losses or low profits. It is less easy to feel empathy for those who are less than honest in their accounting reporting. I see a golden ray of light reflecting off the silver hairs of our nation's retirees and elderly persons, as they will benefit from discounts on utilities, free passports, and driver's permits. I'm sure that they're also grateful for the increase in the NIS qualification cap on joint income to $5,000 from the 1st of December. A society is also judged on how it treats those who are in their senior years. I see silhouettes of unease for employers who face the increase in NIS contributions for employees and an increase in the insurable earnings class limit from $12,000 to $13,600. And finally, to release you from this analogy, I am happy that a ray of hope is being directed at the judiciary. I feel that way as an attorney and as a citizen. They are now one step closer to true independence by virtue of their impending financial autonomy. I'm equally appreciative of the advent of the video conferencing facilities to assist in easing the burden on the magistracy in the disposal of minor offenses with greater efficiency. The point of my dichotomy in dark versus light is to illustrate a very simple point. Light and shadows do not exist without each other. In order for us to bask in the brilliance of a balanced budget by 2018, we must accept the shadows cast on previously unshaded territories of our socioeconomic landscape. If we want to achieve an increase in revenue collection, we may have to explore ways of improving the efficiency with which we collect our revenues. If we want to enjoy a lower rate of VAT, we may have to accept paying VAT on items that were previously zero-rated. I am curious as to how the government intends to reclassify zero-rated items, since that appears to be an extremely subjective exercise. But that is for persons brighter than me. I commend the Honourable Minister of Finance, however, for incorporating delivery of election promises into his fiscal packages so early into the government's stewardship of the public purse. I respectfully suggest that there are other worthwhile promises to which this administration will need to attend. For instance, the promise of widespread stakeholder consultation should be brought to life in tangible and productive dialogue. I also ask that the process of engagement extend to the opposition. If each side of the political divide is genuinely interested in a common desire to ensure the economic survival, recovery, and development of this blessed nation, then our way out of the darkness requires an honest, collaborative effort. To do otherwise is tantamount to kicking the stool from beneath the person attempting to change the light bulb. And we will all be in darkness. Now, it is unfortunate, yet understandable, that the recently concluded budget debate in the lower house took the combative tone it did. I say it was unfortunate because one would have expected better from elected members after having heard such an inspirational and unifying acceptance speech as delivered by the then newly elected Prime Minister on the night of the election, and from member before me, soon to be Dr. Paul Richards. The effects of those words uttered from either side redound for ages to come. Now, one would have hoped that the standard of the discourse would have been elevated to encourage a more collaborative effort aimed at nation building. What we got instead was less than honorable most times. I'm grateful that such rancor has not affected this august house today, at least not to any great extent. My time here is fleeting, but I challenge the honorable members of this house who will remain to hold themselves to a higher standard, to discharge their obligations with dignity and honor befitting these hallowed halls. And I further challenge the members of this House, whether by their work on this floor or by their efforts in subcommittees, to be more collaborative, more inclusive. I am reminded of the words of Senator Hafeez Ali when he repeated our motto, "Together we aspire, together we achieve." And with that, I must return to my initial question. How many politicians will it take to change a light bulb? It actually takes all of us. So without prejudice to members of the opposition bench, I wish to borrow a phrase from the government bench. If we have a bulb to change, let's do this together. I thank
you. Madam President, after listening to the literary prowess of our temporary senator, Mr. Justin Junkere, it is now my distinguished honor. Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, October 21st, that's tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Wednesday, October 21st at 10 a.m.
Before I move the adjournment, may I congratulate Senator Junkere for his, shall I say, very illuminating maiden contribution. Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, October 31st, 2015 at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. I said 21st. I said 21st. Yeah, October the 21st. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 21st of October, 2015 at 10 a.m.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.